She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
They better not have touched our queen in this mod. Qua qua qua. Also, 1 year? Quag what?
give me like 1 more minute, chat. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, you can hear them losing their mind. I intended on starting like early and actually starting. We're still gonna be early. It's just I need to do some cat grappling real quick. 1 second. Okay, actually here now. Let me grab my earbuds and we can actually do the thing. Hello. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Good to see all of you. There I am. There's me. I changed my OBS layout so I could see certain things better. And it's already throwing me off. Yeah, okay. That should work. Let me scroll up. How we doing, Swin? Nipple Salad, Conman, Viper, Swin, Roddy, thank you for the Prime and the 1 year. Thank you. Better not touch our queen in the mod. She is definitely still in the mod. Fought her a few times. Easier to deal with the stuff I've been using in Redux, but yeah, it's been working. It's been working. Mr. Madness, Mr. Manly, Loading Screen Boss, Jester, Brucey, Stump, Nipple Salad. It's someone's name. See? I'm not crazy. Okay, let me put that on the side. I'm a little disorganized today. So Redux got a hotfix over the weekend, so a couple things changed. Most notably, they adjusted the drop rates of items. So like world drops went slightly south. Now, I didn't feel good about that, so I went in game and tested it, and it honestly still feels pretty good. So like that's fine. World drop rates went slightly south. Dedicated rates went way up, which is a good thing. The closer we get to guaranteed dedicated drops, the farther we get from the pitfalls of such systems. So like good changes. They also made the Mulligan pistols debuff only apply to pistol damage, which means we're gonna be using it less as a stat stick for non-gun stuff. But it's still relevant for the Mistdancer setup that I've been doing, you know, with the Riveter and the Gunslinger and stuff. Can still use it for debuffing for the Riveter for that build, so that's at least interesting. But I went and grabbed a couple other pearls. I went and farmed for the other Pearlescent Shield. Got it on like run 8 or something. Because they buffed that one in the hotfix. And it seems like it'll be interesting because what they did was they nerfed the Cursed Wit and they buffed this item called the Agony. And that creates a situation where the Agony kind of replaces the Cursed Wit, but with different strengths. Hey, Mr. Sean, how you doing? Quit being lazy, installed Redux, really enjoying Wonderlands again after kind of burning out for a while. Yeah, the mod's having that effect for people. So this is the shield. This is the Agony. While not depleted, you're bloodthirsty, losing 15% max HP, but increasing dark magic efficiency by 35%. While depleted, you become ravenous, losing a further 15%, so a total of 30, but increasing all damage dealt by 65%. Now, all damage by 65% is less than vanilla Cursed Wit, but more than Redux Cursed Wit, and without a range requirement. So, we don't have to be depleted and close to an enemy. We can just, like, be depleted and get the damage. So that's pretty cool. And also, this being a pearl means that I have too many beverages. I've been trying to stay hydrated. We get the bonus that all pearls give to accuracy, melee speed, and shield regen rate, just for, like, existing, basically. Streamer early. Tell Discord hello. Oh yeah, I should tell Discord. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Chris. How are you? So yeah, I'm gonna try this out on Ghostblade. I've got a Great Axe equipped right now. I should get enchants sorted out. I was also trying out Fusion for Ghostblade while farming because I figured with the really, really fast tick rate and with Alchemical Agent and Contagion keeping lots of types of dots rolling, we're just going to be constantly getting these fusion explosions. So I also changed my skill tree up a little bit to get Nimble Fingers, get a little spell damage to boost them. Ghostblade, Ghostblade. I'm not positive on like which second class I want to run for this because originally we were using Blightcaller. But one of the reasons for that was amped up. And if I want my shield to be depleted, my ward to be depleted rather, I can't take amped up. Now I could still take Blightcaller anyway. I could still take Blightcaller anyway and just not take amped up. And like further over spec Sabomancer tree. But then I would also want to skip Flawless Edge because I'm trying to be depleted. So what would I be getting from Blightcaller at that point? I'd be getting Whisper of Rot. I'd be getting Bogged Down, and like that's it. So to me that didn't seem worth. So we're Berserker right now. It's between Berserker, Blightcaller, and Clawbringer for second class. I figured Berserker because we'd be the tankiest without our shield. And we can use unarmored defense to make it a little easier for that to break as well. I need a Tidebreaker. Because I have a Delusion, but I'd like to also have a Tidebreaker. Morning, Snuffy. How you doing? And also had issues finding Sabo Blight Fusion class mod. Can't seem to find the mod's class combo anyway. So it's a current bug in the mod Mackers where the Fair Share and the Fusion do not drop in Blightcaller flavors. It's a known issue. They're working on it. But it's a current bug. Also get Frostbite, which is nice. I understand why you wouldn't go Blight here. Yeah, I wouldn't even get full Frostbite, because remember, I want to get Slasher and Xe Blade. With Clawbringer, I'd still get Storm Breath. I'd get Oath of Thunder. I get Dragon Aura. But I'd be squishy. Claw would also get Awe Armor. Claw would get Awe Armor, that is true. But I'd have to go Claw Primary, which means less Stabbo power. Not much less, but less. Let's do some boss runs to warm up. Morning, Urban Mech. Spent the night being sick for the first time in ages. Bad at it, mostly fine now. Oh, I'm sorry, Pris. Yeah, I haven't been sick in like years at this point. My PC's gotta wake up. Like, I've been briefly sick due to health things, but I haven't been like, hey, you caught an outside illness sick in years, and I'm not equipped to deal with that anymore. Why am I using 96% of my CPU? What's running that shouldn't be? My nose is running and it shouldn't be. Allergies. A quick connoisseur. because you're a homebody like the rest of us. Homebody with some health issues, but yeah, you're not wrong, and that is a-okay. I'm feeling better today? Yeah, better today, Dex. I just needed extra rest on Saturday. Parasite, please hit me. No, we do too much damage. That's without Agony's effect being active. Oh, you're feeling better? Thank you. Means a lot. Rocking a Blight Knight presently. Don't know if we'll stay with the combo come endgame. Had to take Clawbringer main just because having awe back is excellent. Blight Knight and Redux seems like it'd be pretty good. Because the rework to Storm Breath for Clawbringer gives you a little more reason to be okay with like redundant amounts of elemental damage. Like Whisper of Rot's Ellie damage, you'll get even more value out of because it'll feed into lightning damage more. So that's cool. And Clawbringer giving ability damage in Tree naturally it will give a little bit of damage to, say, Geist in the Shell. That's also cool. Yeah, I did say Pearl testing, but, like, we have enough damage that I'm struggling to get the Pearl to activate. I need to be more squishy. Favorite reworked item so far in Redux? The Fate Breaker is the instant answer to that. Fate Breaker Birds being melee damage is a huge game changer. It really takes the Fate Breaker from like a C+, B- item that, you know, you can get value out of in very specific build setups to just like one of the best melee weapons in every possible scenario, just because the utility of having an infinitely spammable ranged splash elemental melee attack that hits 3 times on top of your regular sword swing, it's just crazy. It's so much value. Redux Fate Breaker's insane, so definitely that one. It's like putting a Storm Dragon's Judgment on every one of your melee swings that also refills your shields for the exact amount of damage you did. It's so strong. Redux Fate Breaker is crazy. And, like, it fits with every melee damage archetype. You could use it with Ghostblade and then just keep swinging it while Ghostblade's doing its thing. You could use it with Dreadwind, and then it would give you a ranged option when you're not spinning that allows you to do things like skip Executioner's Blade if you wanted to. You could use it with From the Shadows, and then there you go, you're getting 4 alchemical agent hits per target per swing. Like, you could just get so much value in general off of Fatebreaker in the mod. It's really good. It would actually do my tinkering with Fusion when I can finally do a Blight Knight setup. Yeah. Yeah, Fusion's cool. Need Exeblade to kind of bail me out here. So those explosions you can see triggering, that's Fusion doing the thing. Okay. Trigger Agony. Oh yeah, there's Agony doing the thing. Okay. Yep. Agony doing work. Wish they had a Pearl in Redux with the name of Ineffable Knowledge. Now, something Mr. NNG was talking about on his stream yesterday was much like with BL3 Redux, they do have long-term plans to just keep adding stuff to the mod. So, like, that's not an unlikely thing. Off to work, kick ass, y'all. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit, Swin. It's always good to see you. I hope work is manageable today. Okay, I need Tidebreaker. Have I done chums on this save? That's a good Wicked Gossip. I probably should have checked that before I rolled. Bunnies aren't very profitable anyway, so I don't really need to stress, but let me actually check this. If you didn't know, you can see which mirror bosses you've done if you go to your journal and you go to completed quests. So yeah, I've done Theodore 1 through 4, Redmorn 1 through 4. I've not done Chums or Imelda on this save. What a strange choice. Well, I guess we gotta go do Chums. I don't know if it's only me, but I feel like the enchantment selection in this mod's not the greatest. Yeah, it's something they're still working at. They pushed one fix to make you able to roll more of the existing pool, like in more slots and in more situations and stuff, and that helped a little bit. But the variety is not large. I think it's just growing pains because, like, we don't have a situation where there's damage increasing enchants in every slot. Like, a lot of them are nice little quality of life things like mag size. Sorry, that's my "you better be streaming already" alarm. Things like mag size, projectile speed, like stuff that's nice to have. In some cases, it is damage. Like, this is crit damage for Ghostblade. That's pretty non-negotiable for Ghostblade builds. But it's less a situation where you're going for, hey, I need spellcast damage dealt here, I need action skill start damage dealt here, I need action skill active elemental damage here, action skill active elemental damage here, and then I always pick the same thing in my ward slot. We don't have that situation in Redux. So that's cool. Also, genuinely, I think that if we did have access to more damage dealing enchants in the mod right now, the difficulty would go. Because Redux, at peak, when you have an established build, is already easier than vanilla. At peak. It takes some time for you to get there, but less time than it takes in vanilla, and it's easier. So I think increasing player power beyond what it's at now is kind of a gamble. And giving more damage increasing enchants would be increasing player power. Now, they could give more non-damage ones. You know, more stuff like movement speed, swap speed, that kind of thing, which could situationally translate to damage if you're clever enough, but on the surface are just QOL. I think that would be good. Does it just let me go to 4? We'll do 1. We'll just do 1.
For most, these frigid mountains are home to mythic monsters beyond all. But not for you.
I also need more Lost Souls, so this kind of works out. Is it this save I need more on? No, it's not this save. I still have almost 1700. But I ran out of Lost Souls on my hammer throw save. So we might need to do some mirrors on Clawbringer later. Or at least some mirror bosses.
Predicted. I see no surprise in your future, but I do see a long tail. And fins, too, at least. Here, you can solve that
Hello?
puzzling contraption.
It's not moving. I think someone reported this bug.
Require someone of
Like day one of Redux. They're like, hey, these things ain't moving. Yeah, sure enough.
Enjoy your vacation.
Quick.
Oh, I'll save quit it.
Daddy.
Hey Moo. Thank you for the 17 months with the 15 streak. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing? How extended special event? Same like there's a long one from Vanilla. Yeah, it's Redux shares the whatever featured Vanilla has going on. So it's just because it's on in Vanilla, it's available in Redux. So I did some of it Friday, but I want to do more today once we get a tiebreaker. Atomy 2 had the same issue. Saw Epic say on day 1 or 2 they deactivated room 1 to 3 for chums. Oh, so it just doesn't work now? Then... But I've never done chums on this character. So do I have to go directly to 4? Clamp it? For this to work? Yes? Okay. Thank you. That's fair enough. You don't? Oh, well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Did this the other day? Okay, well, I'm gonna do it anyway. See what happens. Use a gun that fires a bullet. So this? Because this fires bullets. Do you mean like a super conventional bullet?
I see that watery world of imagination has caught your
Trying to get my debt consolidated. Everything is scary, scammy, and everyone legit hates me. Oh, yeah. Financial stuff is pain. Yeah, we'll just go to this. It's fine. I seriously feel that on a spiritual level move because, like, my bank is shit at communicating anything, so everything feels like a scam, even if it's through my actual bank. It's not ideal. How you doing, by the way, B-Man? I don't know if I said hi. And to you, Tallulah, and Clamp It. Ghostblade, come back. I forget sometimes with Ghostblade I can actually look at where Chums is.
shackles are gone.
That's how you treat your friends. We might
Ava Tides with all damage and area damage is pretty good. Look that up. You happen to drop a Tidebreaker? That'd be really cool. Ooh. Graveborn Power Harbinger. I need that for other things. Unironically, maybe we just do Chums a bunch of times. Let me make some inventory space. I don't need that. Or these. Or that. That's enough for now. Hi Huntress, how are you?
It's mighty cold in those
I like to do this thing where they withhold my paychecks because it's too much money.
It would seem you're not done here. Delight.
Oh yeah, bank consolidations and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
I prefer worlds that are less,
Food poisoning? Oof.
but I love the thought.
Excuse me. Sneezes. Ugh. Ghostblade spinning at the same rate as Tornado. How does it do any damage? Shower thought of the day. It's spinning the opposite direction. Should do double damage then? We're thinking too much. I think we're thinking too much. Premier is just the boss in Redux after you complete the first one. Yeah. Yeah, that's a dark magic old god. That's pretty rad. Or I guess pretty dark in this instance. Good way to get souls doing this as well. Like, what am I at soul-wise? Yeah, I've already gotten like 100 today. Let's make Chums immune to Ghostblade. I'm gonna make you immune to...
If you like that sort of thing.
I don't know where I'm going with that. I don't have anything. It's too early.
Blood curdling cold everywhere.
Your boss's build really struggles with. I'm thinking. Theodore is a little jank because hitting the soul cells with Ghostblade isn't really a thing. So I guess Theodore. But like it's doable.
That's how you treat your friends.
Ward capacity, all damage on an amnesia.
Soul, friend or foe, good or God. It's what
Skills could have been better on that, but sure, I'll pick it up.
matters. You're free now to return to me and be rewarded, or go about your adventures in this world, or ones beyond even my wildest imagining. Embrace it.
Class combos do you say works the best with the fusion class mod? I'm inclined to say Stabomancer is really hard to pass up when doing fusion stuff. Specifically because since fusion needs 2 different dots, you have Alchemical Agent and Contagion as ways of getting dots from elements you're not using. So like, let's say I crit with a Frost melee weapon. Not only can I already apply the Frost dot from that, but then Alchemical Agent will roll as a different element and apply that. And then, if Alchemical Agent's dot or the regular dot trigger Contagion, both can happen, then that's 2 more elements. So, in theory, with 1 melee weapon element, you can get, 3 at once with those 2 skills, if you're lucky. And that's just on 1 hit. So, like, it's very easy to get multiple dots rolling. There's also Clawbringer, because Oath of Fire just lets you do fire on your guns, so that takes care of that. You could, like, shoot a poison gun with Oath of Fire on Clawbringer, and then you're set that way. Those classes do it pretty well. I avoid Theodore in most of my builds anyway, to be honest. Melee status damage and companion builds, that fight's miserable. Yeah, if you're not running like a gun or a spell build, then Theodore is kind of just awful. Well, it's just so good in general in Redux. Something that Mr. David F. and Steele pointed out is they basically made Clawbringer Amara in Redux. Like, yeah, it pretty much is that. Like, just good at a lot of things. A couple distinctly Amara mechanics now exist on the character. They kind of made Claw Amara. I'm very okay with it. Stabos are mega broken in this mod, to be honest. I plowed all but 10 points into Savagery and took fucking Savagery and always get 5 mil dot ticks. Yeah, Stabo's crazy in the mod. Like, the buffs to Sneak Attack and 1000 Cuts alone are really, really good. But then you also have Slasher being an absolutely busted augment. You have the fact that Exiblade, which was already a top tier skill in vanilla, got even stronger because the blades hit faster. Like, Stabo in Redux is strong. Like, it really helps that now there's a left side of the Stabo tree. Like, in vanilla, it's pretty much these 4 skills and then Exiblade that are doing the majority of your work. But now, like you actually have reason to take left side. Like I take Nimble Fingers because spell damage for fusion. Sneak attack is no longer a meme skill. Stalker is incredibly strong. Arsenal is still shit. Interestingly, I've seen some people taking like Arsenal in Redux. I'm like, no. Arsenal is an even worse grab in Redux, despite the fact that the skill didn't change, because there's now even more skills in the tree that are better than it. Arsenal's like a bottom 3 skill in the entire game. Don't ever take Arsenal. It's terrible. Don't ever take this skill. Ever. It's that bad. 3% melee spell and gun damage per point. See, modders can do a better job than a large studio. Here's the thing with that hot sauce. Even in areas where that's correct, like I'm not disagreeing with you. Even in areas when that's correct, the worst thing we can do as fans who are giving a lot of publicity to a fan mod is say shit like that, because like that's how we end up with Nintendo like behavior. I just don't want shit like that to happen. I got friends who worked hard on this. I'm enjoying the mod a lot, and you already have a lot of rhetoric in the community that would lead to projects like this not being possible. I just, you know.
This mirror is like looking right into my soul. Just blood-curdling cold.
I've been farming Bosun for the Pagner for 4 hours. I've gotten like 70 pulse oximeter rings. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Sabo Essence Slot for melee fusion shenanigans. Gotcha. Sabo Claw for both gun and melee fusion shenanigans, perhaps. I'd say Sabo Blight would be really good for that too, because, you know, Blight Callers got a lot of support for the dots once they're actually there. More than Claw does. Although, with how Awe works in Redux, maybe that's not true. Yeah, either Claw or Blight, I would say, is the second class to pair with that.
Sleep now, old friend. Your shackles are gone.
You know, if Gearbox did that, it was a lot of their fan base. Those are a great example. They hired multiple modders to mod their games. So, games industry isn't that straightforward. Let me put it that way. A lot of people forget the relationship between dev and publisher. We don't know what Gearbox or 2K have intended for the game through its life at any particular point in time. There's a lot we don't know, but there's stuff that I don't want to take chances on. Let me put it that way. I'm more than happy to talk about things that Redux has done in a way that I prefer to the official release. But let's make sure that every time we have this conversation, we put in the subtext somewhere of the conversation, yeah, this is not a market substitute. You always got to include that. Last thing I want is Borderlands going the Bethesda route, where it's just like, oh, modders will fix this anyhow, why bother? That too, that's another excellent point. Hey, tiebreaker. Cool, we're done. That's what I wanted. As a programmer, what comes out very rarely is free from what I like to call seagull management. There you go. Name was Arsenal for a bit. Interesting, Huntress. No, I get it, Viper. Arsenal. It's like arse, but without the A. Is there a reroller here? Oh yeah, it's over in the other corner. A lot easier to take a product and tweak a bunch of things to your taste than it is to make a whole game and get every detail spot on. Exactly that. Like, even with things that we, as, you know, consumers who have had our hands on the product for over a year at this point, even with things that we might not like, they got more right than they did wrong. Or we wouldn't care about the product enough to stick around for Redux anyway, right? Like, the fact that Redux pulled people back in, and Redux for this game is just an enhancement rather than a ground-up rebuild, shows that this game got more right than it did wrong, regardless of what the haters will tell you. It just did. So, like, it's really easy to say, hey, mod did this better. Modders have more limitations than they do free reign on things like this. Like, I'm sure Epic or CZ or Frost or Lewison would tell you, like, sometimes there's shit they want to do that they just can't. And devs have to deal with that in a different way. Sometimes there's shit they want to do that they are not allowed to do, or they do not have the budget to do. It's like they can do it, but they can't do it. You know what I mean? Not trying to make excuses. There's some stuff that they very obviously could have done, but maybe just didn't get on the radar. But having some understanding of politics isn't the right word, but you get what I'm getting at, is necessary for this subject. How's difficulty feel at Chaos 10? Just curious. With a well-established build, it's easier than Chaos 100, but it can be challenging if you don't yet have a build. I had time in my day job to fine-tune code to the degree I can in my spare time. Oh boy. Yeah, I feel like every programmer is in your situation, Priz. It's a fine line what modders do, and game devs want to be in the game. Maybe some players want pros in the game, majority don't care about it. So devs don't want to put in time and money into something 75% people don't care for. Yeah, like, I don't care about pros, Reckless Monster. If these items were legendaries, I'd still be testing them. Like, I care about what they do. I don't care about the pretty color. Now, something the Redux team has done is that pearlescent effect that's listed above the item's legendary effect. All pearls have that. That does set them apart from other items, and I think that's cool. I think that goes a long way to making pearls not a pointless addition to the game. I think that was a very inspired choice, and I like that a lot. Like, this heavily incentivizes me having a pearl somewhere in my loadout, which is just good design. Now, unfortunately, in a lot of cases, it's me looking for the least detrimental pearl, the one where I lose the least power compared to something else, like the Omega Rush Pearl melee weapon. Kind of sucks for melee builds. The Agony is good. It took some post-launch balancing to get there, but the Agony is good now. It was not good before the last hotfix. The Mulligan pistol is good, not as good as it was, but it's good. Stuff like that. Everyone at work agreed a form needed one box changed. I set out to change it. Literally no one disagreed with me. It took 4 months and 4 managers to get it through and done. Crazy. Yeah, like when your entire team for Redux is like, it's what, 4 or 5 people? Obviously, you can just get shit done faster. Oversight is different. No bureaucracy to deal with. But, you know, when you're an entire game studio and you have a publisher to answer to, and then you have corporate, you have shareholders, all that stuff, it's like, there's only so much they can do sometimes. Redux flat out does rarity better than base game by a long way. Oh yeah, it's not close. I think, so this is something that you guys have heard me complain about a lot. The rarity system in lands games. I think Redux does rarity better than any lands game. Just flat out. Redux does rarity better. And I think that's something that the team worked hard to get people like me who shit on pearls endlessly to say. And they did it. They did it. It's just better. Putting uniques in one rarity, great. Giving pearls a reason to exist by having them have that rarity-wide effect on every item, great. Like, they did it. Fucking love this game even without Redux. Redux just been a bonus. Of course, there's things I changed. Never played a game that didn't apply to. Yeah, well said, Tallulah. Like, the way I see Redux right now is it just feels like if they released an expansion to Wonderlands, but it's still Wonderlands. That's just how it feels. Feels like a big DLC drop, which I think is a good vibe. I want to use this Great Axe, but I wish I had an ancient pickaxe and cryo. I don't. Wait, I do. Oh, it's a 21 crit though. Can that still be fine? Maybe that's still fine. What's my crit chance with this? High. That's fine. I don't need the ability crit chance thing. That's nice for the Blightcaller version, because that flat ability crit chance will go on Geist in the Shell. But we're not Blightcaller right now, so it doesn't matter. Okay, special event. I'm gonna try to get as many crystals as I can. Going back to basics on why rarities are a thing, it's not checkboxing. Yeah, no, Redux, Wonderlands Redux, specifically Wonderlands Redux, handles rarities perfectly. I think they just did an excellent job there. I think if they were to do implementation of pearls in an official release, that I would want it to be this. Is this Chaos Bug? I can't tell. No, just to be safe, we're gonna save quit. I can't tell if this is Chaos Bug right now, and I don't want to get to a boss and have it be bugged. So. Legit want to see if we can't do something like that to Seraphs. Seraphs are a good rarity in concept and mostly in implementation. It's just they're in Borderlands 2, where rarities as a whole are just at their most shit design. So they're not given room to breathe or room to be appreciated, because you'll still have people flocking to Pearlescence, despite the fact that Seraphs are just better designed. There we go. There we go. Someone who doesn't delve deeply in landscapes, how does Redux get rarities, right? So, all quest reward legendaries and stuff with quest reward uniques, I should say. Doesn't include legendaries, so like the full battery is still legendary. But like your Tootherator, your Goblin Repellent, your Metal Loot, all those are now in a unique rarity. So they're very easy to pick out of a crowd, like you can see them, and them being in one makes sense. Sword Explosion is put in that category for nostalgia reasons, because in Dragon Keep it was unique, but like it's fine. It's one nostalgia deviation, cool, whatever. And then Pearlescence are given an effect that legendaries as a rarity do not have, to differentiate them from just being spicy legendaries. So like they clearly divided things up into categories that make sense. Like you have blues and you have purples for non-uniques, and then you have orange is legendary, then you have pink for unique, and then you have pearlescent. Like they're clearly defined categories. Each of the rarities has a reason to be there, which is good. Do you think the future games need a rarity redesign, maybe change how they work, tweak on how and who drops them, maybe experiment with some new colors? I was like basic enemies only dropping lower rarities and bosses and badasses only high rarity. I think a system like this is logically towards the best of what we're gonna get. In a world where we have to deal with chance-based dedicated drops. Because it seriously can't be stated enough how much that system clogs up itemization in the game as a whole. How much allowance you have to make for that system with every other choice you make. It's just... I know a lot of people like it, so it's not going anywhere. But it causes more problems than it solves. So, as long as either Borderlands or Wonderlands IPs have that to deal with, we're gonna have to deal with some less than ideal things. Like, eventually RNG being RNG is gonna bite you in the ass when you're going to farm a dedicated source and you don't get anything for an extended period of time. And even if the world drop rate is in the toilet, you're gonna find yourself getting more world drops. Eventually. Because RNG is RNG. And, like, the only way you solve that is by removing either dedicated or world drops. Removing dedicated drops doesn't hurt the game. Removing world drops hurts the game. So getting them to coexist is difficult. The higher you get those dedi rates, the easier it is to do that. They just flat axe greens and whites. I believe they did. And that's what they did to make the other rarities. Like, white and green became unique and pearlescent. But nothing of value was lost there. It's like, what did we use white items for? What did we use green items for? They're just starter gear. Like, if you got a blue at level 2, you stopped using greens and whites anyway. Hey, all that time I spent farming for Tidebreaker, there's just a better one chilling there. Cool. Hey Carter, how you doing? Start out at level 1 with blue nightshades. I think all your guns are just kind of blue at that point. The first couple might still be white. Maybe. I don't remember in detail. Like, there's at least a couple items that are still white because of how the mod works. Like, I have a white pixie gun in my storage, just because it got overwritten, it does something weird. But, yeah. Been fantastic. How about you? How you been? I've been pretty good. Pretty good. Enjoying this mod. Feeling motivated.
This is what I was made for.
At a certain point, once you reach a certain threshold of progress in the game, those rarities should disappear anyway, because they're truly useless. Yeah, like, they don't do anything. Even at level 1, you don't need to have more than one of those exist. Right? Because White Rarity's whole thing is, hey, we're worse. And, like, Green's whole thing is, hey, we're better than White Rarity, but worse than Blue Rarity. Okay, but, like, what if we just went to Blue Rarity? Because purples are an upgrade to blues. So, like, you have the less part diverse non-uniques, and then you have the perfected versions of non-uniques. That's blue-purple. You're good. You don't need more than that. So instead of having, 4 rarities of the same item, just this one has one more part. You don't need all that. Just make white rarity weapons. It's a shitpost, Nipple Salad. Snow does not mean it. That's a reference to a bad take that at least one person has spewed elsewhere. That's a shitpost. Also, they already are viable. That's part of what makes it funny. With a good enough build, you can already do work with them. Respond to Prismatic. If base game removed white and green, it'd make the situation worse. You think uniques are the lowest tier rarity? Yeah, no, that's actually true, Nipple Salad. Because we have blue uniques in non-Redux Wonderlands, in Borderlands 2, in Borderlands 3. There's lots of blue uniques, some of which drop as part of the legendary pool in those games, like the Cobra in BL2. No, that's a drop. It drops as a legendary, but it's a unique. It's blue. So if your starter pistol was blue, and then you go and farm for that rare item and it's also blue, then your starter rarity is the functional highest rarity at that point, right? Like, that is how it would work. So this is part of why the unique rarity is a good design choice in Redux. My bad. No, it's okay. Text, hard to communicate. No, you're good. This is part of why the unique rarity in Redux is a good idea. Because it stops confusion like that from happening. You guys are great information. Thanks for help with viewers. Hey, happy to do it, Lee. Also happy to have you here. I like talking. I like talking, and I try to explain my thoughts as I have them. And I just like, I'll have it back and forth with you guys. That's why I'm a streamer and not a YouTuber. IMO, there shouldn't be unique blues. I agree, and so does the Redux mod. Yeah, the crystal containers do give a lot in Redux. So like the crystal output you get from most chamber playlists isn't as bad as I'd feared initially. You just do need to take the time to go get the containers. But the problem is there are no containers in the boss rush playlist. So you just actually end up with very little. Boss rush is extremely inefficient in Redux as it currently stands. But if you do like an extended or the special event run and you hit as many containers as possible, then you still get good rates. Most preferred, the idea of unique purples. Well, unique purples just have the same problem. It's just kicked up one rarity, because then how do you differentiate between unique purples and regular purples? And like, why are they in the same rarity when regular purples don't have unique abilities? Like, I've been of the opinion that red text items should just be one rarity. Like, the implementation of having a unique rarity and then legendary and pearl, that works fine for me. But like having any unique item in the white, green, blue, purple rarities, I don't think that's good design. Because it just gets confusing very quickly. Also makes it hard to like pick up items in an efficient way. Like, let's say, I'm gonna use the Cobra example again. Let's say you're running around the beatdown in Borderlands 2 Torg DLC, and you're not checking your blue item drops. How many of those are Cobras? If you have never looked at a blue item drop in the beatdown, you don't know how many Cobras you've skipped. Because it's inexplicably a blue. You just don't know. In word if they heard your feedback on chamber crystals. I didn't like submit it through official channels or anything. They're working on a lot of stuff, and you know, I'd rather give more useful things like bug reports right now. Well, creative choices like that can come later. Hey Control, how you doing? Finally got my first pearl. Took almost 600 runs. I've been pretty lucky with pearls, Clampit. My first one was accidental on run 3. I was at Ribula for a different item, and I just got a pearl that I didn't know he had. I was like, oh, cool. And then the other ones have just been kind of not huge time investments. Yeah, fusion with melee damage, movement speed, shame about the stats.
He's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Poor nightmare lol.
Hey Tom, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. It means a lot. In fact, something that I keep forgetting to do. Because I have terrible, terrible memory. Me saying that reminded me of something else I forgot. No thanks? Of course. I can't say that me doing that has as much of an impact as when people like K6 and Jolts were very good about this, both just like amplifying other people in the LANs community. I can't say it has as much of an impact as I do it, but you know, I want to help highlight friends in the community where I can. If you guys didn't know, Moonbase Tom streams, go check them out. Good people, good content. Do the thing. I'm just bad at following people, so I haven't done that. But now I did, so you should do the same. Like seriously, that whole inter shout out thing we've got in the LANs Twitch community is pretty important. Like Moxie did a lot of that for me when I was starting out, and if he hadn't, I probably wouldn't have grown at the rate I did. Among others, of course. It wasn't just Moxie. Drop sources for pearls. There is a spreadsheet for that made by PupT. I should make a command for that, honestly. But they can world drop. They're just extremely rare, Beaver. Deady farming is definitely the way to go for them. Sorry, not better about shoutouts also for what it's worth. It's easy to forget about Control. Like, it's easy to forget about. You're good.
I did you a favor. Trust me.
Nothing to apologize for. One of my runs were bored because I said 600 plus runs and no pearl, decided to turn chaos off and back on, got the pearl from Ribula in third try. Probably just coincidence. Could be. And this is part of what I'm talking about when I mentioned that, like, even in a situation, like, pearl's rates were buffed over the weekend, in the hotfix on the weekend. So they're now easier to get, but, like, you can still have situations where people end up in your shoes, Clampit, where they have to do, like, 600 runs and they get nothing. And then you'll have lucky people like me who are not even looking for it and then get it, or some people have just gotten piles of world drop pearls. Like, that's bound to happen when you have a chance-based drop system like that. It's just how it works. It will eventually get you. In any system where the rates are lower than 100%, it will eventually get you.
I really found my calling, didn't I?
Shout out feature nuked my connection for some reason. Are you on mobile? Probably a mobile API fucky wucky. Most features that Twitch adds don't work on mobile. I'm gonna be honest. At least not properly. Scarlet triple absorb Revolter in 7 runs. Everyone else tens of thousands of runs with that one. Perfect example, Graham. Perfect example. On mobile, the shoutout didn't appear at all. There you go. Proving the point.
So proud of me.
Yeah, the amount of damage formula we're pumping into Ghostblade and the dots right now is kind of frightening. Because we have Agony, which if this is the same mult as Curse Wit, that means it's additive with the old ways. So, not a completely fresh mult, but still very good. But we have Icebreaker as a fresh mult. We've got melee damage from Savagery. Now, 12% doesn't sound like a lot, and in vanilla it absolutely wouldn't be, but with how much smaller gear damage increases are for individual stats, that's a big amount. Like, I have 15 here, 15 here, 15 here, and then these go up if I damage a boss. And then I got my blade here. I don't have nearly as much melee damage as I would have in vanilla, so this matters a lot. Then we got the global damage from Swift Death. Global damage from 1,000 Cuts. We've got whatever Stalker is. I don't know which mult it is, but it's very good regardless. And then we've got Contagion, double dipping status bonuses. Like, we've got Exploit Their Weakness as a fresh mult. There's just so much damage formula in the current setup. So Ghostblade does not do a lot of damage per hit. Ghostblade is, in fact, I think it's pretty comfortably the smallest melee hits in the game. But you just do a lot of them, and you get a ton of dots. Mobile Twitch. Stationary Twitch. Amazing. Look how fast we cleared that shit. It's obscene. I've not been looking for raid boss sigils in this special event. I don't know which rooms they're in. I know there's one in, like, the last room before the second boss, I guess? Second boss? Because I missed the first one for sure. Oh well, that's fine. I want to see how many crystals you get in, like, a not super thirsty for crystals run. I took a long time in that first room because I was distracted by chit-chatting. Because my ADHD brain sometimes can't handle 2 tasks at once. But a point of feedback I would love to make to the Redux team would be, like, including a run like this as a permanent playlist for people who want it. Unless, you think they made it permanent in Vanilla Wonderlands with that last hotfix, or you think it's on the schedule, like with the other stuff? I haven't looked at the actual event schedule. I don't know. Because this isn't the featured run, it's its own thing. I don't know. It's called special event, so I'm inclined to think it's still a temporary thing. But I would love if it was permanent. It's beautiful. Loading up some BL3, let's go. Always a good time for that. Hey Robot, do I take book recommendations? I've actually got one on my plate right now. I used to be a very voracious reader, but leading more into being a useless degen gamer, I stopped reading as much. But I'm certainly open to recommendations. Tried adapting Barba to Redux? I've not yet. Probably be really strong, especially with the Exiblade buff. You go crazy. Stabbo buffs global and move speed. Yeah, and Stalker. And even, like, From the Shadows Augment. Because you can already pretty feasibly get very large melee crit chance. You don't need From the Shadows to be guaranteed. It only being a boost to chance is good. Because, like, From the Shadows normally is a damage down. It is a 25% penalty to all the damage you do. If you ever do more damage with From the Shadows, it's because you crit. So, being able to turn off the downside while keeping the upside with that augment, getting an even greater upside, in fact, would go pretty hard. Also, Fatebreaker in Redux is crazy. Fatebreaker would absolutely be an option. Book called I'm Not a Serial Killer, you'd probably really enjoy. It's a supernatural thriller about a teenage sociopath obsessed with serial killers who's trying to be a good person. It's book one in a series. Huh. Sounds like an interesting premise. I should have let Zomboss hit me to turn on Agony. Come on. There we go. There's Agony. We get a lot of fusion triggers with Contagion Alchemical. And then the natural poison dot from my gun. Hey Pragmatic, how are you? Redux is very bittersweet for me. It's made me really want to play again, do the Master Theory Craft, and simply don't have the time. Watching streams in the background works all the time, really have to game anymore. Hey, if you one day have a schedule that allows you to have some more downtime, then it'll be there. And Epic was talking about on his stream yesterday that, like, the Redux team, they have long-term plans to just keep fleshing out the mod and adding more stuff to it. So there'll be even more cool stuff to mess around with by the time you do have time to play it. So no big loss. You're not missing out. You're just waiting. Now I have that Green Day song stuck in my head. It's not a bad problem to have. Do you think BL3 or Wonderland's more likely to get a free update equivalent to Commander Lilith DLC or none at all? I don't realistically see it happening for either, if we're being honest. But if it was going to happen for one, I think it would be BL3. That's just my opinion. With no chaotic gear, how do gear stats work? I.e. passless class power that still sees 0 gear levels? Yes, Viper, they are. Like, the fact that my rings are showing as Ascended Primordial doesn't matter. You can see that the stats are the same on both of them, despite the fact that they're different chaos tiers. This is just because these are pieces I had in vanilla. The tiers are just inactive in the mod. Just making melee crit really hard to boost with good levels. They've adjusted some stats accordingly. Like, melee crit seems high. The crit chance stats just seem high. Like, ability crit chance roll is really big, if I'm remembering correctly. But they've adjusted certain stats accordingly. Also, Stabbo class feat got buffed. It's 50%. Passives are rebalanced, some are at normal levels, some are primordial levels, etc., etc. There you go. Thank you. Tried going all in on Dire Sack with max health boosts and barely tickled mobs. I can play a little bit of Dire Sack after this run. It takes some very specific gearing, and like, there's pretty much two ways to get Dire Sack to be really good. You're looking at either going all in on the health stuff through getting shield boosts with unarmored defense on Berserker, or you're looking at going Blightcaller with Spirit Swarm. The Spirit Swarm variant doesn't have as much of a single target problem, but the Berserker variant is by far the fastest mobbing version, because you can Blood of the Fallen and then just spam it. Berserker Capstone Dire Sack is just incredibly satisfying and fast mobbing. They would give pearls rollable parts, like give you the ability to change them yourself. I think that's outside the bounds of what the mod wants to do, because like I'm pretty sure they did have plans to make the enchantment reroll machine into like an item reroll machine. They just couldn't get that to work. Technical limitations and such. I think they did what they could with pearls by making them. They have some part variants, but like very little. Like the shields will roll the wards. I don't know if Agony does, but the other one, Negative Force, has different augment rolls. So like there's still reason to farm multiple. Now that could be a good thing or a bad thing depending on your perspective. But... And then ones where it would be completely unreasonable, like Mulligan seems to be parts locked. At least every Mulligan I've seen has been the same parts. So you don't have to worry about farming for a max damage on a gun, at least not that gun. Want to have different elements, etc. That's something that, like, feasibly, again, that creates farming problems. Like, if you're farming for an item that has an incredibly low drop rate by design, what happens when you get one in an element you don't want? It just feels like shit. Sure, it'd be cool to have something like the Omega Rush in elements other than Dark Magic that would help out its overall level of power a lot, but like, it would just feel like shit to get the wrong element one. The only way I could see them getting around this is by making each of those pearls that's gonna have different elements into their own items. So like, this enemy is the dedicated source for the Dark Magic Omega Rush. This enemy is the dedicated source for the Poison Omega Rush. You know, that sort of thing. So you could go to the one you want. But unless you do something like that, you end up with a situation where people go to farm pearls and then they get a bad version or an incorrect version, and then it just feels terrible. Kinda underestimated Freeze Boots there, I'm being honest.
Back to work. Open as this, would ya?
Question for me. Level 70 Mayhem 10, having a really hard time getting Mayhem 6 plus exclusives. TVHM make a difference? No. TVHM is only New Game Plus in Borderlands 3. And that's a good thing. It means that you don't have any items or difficulty features or drop rates locked behind it. It's just, Mayhem includes everything that TVHM does in that game. And you're good. Fun fact, at one point in BL3's life cycle, TVHM did have a purpose. It was improved anointment rates. You couldn't get guaranteed anoints at that point in time unless you played on TVHM. Even then, I think it was still only a very high chance. But it was real bad. Like, it was not a good system, so they changed it. Lux just asked. Yeah, unfortunately. It's, nature of the beast. Chance-based Deaddy drops. It's always gonna get you eventually. Tried Zerker, failed hard, but geared wrong. It is a little gear intensive, Moveface, yeah. Since there's no more year 3, I wonder if Gearbox will announce anything at Summer Games. Probably nothing new this year, so maybe next year. There's also the Game Awards. You know, every year, I feel like that's where a lot of announcements are happening now. Gearbox also likes packs. True. But I wouldn't expect an announcement for anything LANs related for a while. Gonna be honest. Just think about the gap between TPS and Borderlands 3. We had a solid about, if you didn't include Tails, didn't include a couple random BL2 patches, it was a solid like 3 years with nothing. Just nothing. We've been getting a stream of LANs content since Borderlands 3 announcement, just non-stop. I think, logically speaking, we're likely entering a break period. And I also want to say that that's a good thing, because we've seen what happens to IPs that just go for the content drip model without doing any quality control. Like, you know, Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty both had to take breaks because they just stopped doing anything new in the name of yearly release model. So I think if we get a little time off on LANs, give them time to develop new shit, I think it's just a good thing. Hey Rohit, how are you? Am I this Monday? I'm good, I'm good. Borderlands 4 will be announced after Borderlands movie, take note. We on that hopium, Dynamo? You think post-credits of Borderlands movie is gonna be a trailer for Borderlands 4? Someone's gonna clip that. Someone's gonna clip that and use that out of context. I shouldn't have said that. Hey Ken, how you doing? Good to see you. I don't want BL4 any earlier than 2025. Yeah, I would prefer to wait. Because, like, how would it be received if they announced it right now? If they announced it right now, then I think that would make both BL4 and Wonderlands look worse. Because they'd be like, well, did you leave this one out to dry because you were working on this one? And people would be talking about different ones. Like, I think a healthy gap of a couple years would be good. I know people don't want to wait the time between BL2 and BL3 again, but I think that's how we get a well fleshed out game. Like, I'd rather have the game be good. Especially because a lot of people do not give post-launch support a chance. So even if they are able to correct issues with the game post-launch, you know, there's a bunch of people who, if it doesn't have that shit in the game on day one, then they will never forgive it. They already confirmed they're working on the big one? Yes, but no formal announcement, which is important. If they don't do a formal announcement, they don't need to, like, give a release date. Hey, Honey Bunny, how you doing? Doing good. I've started a new Berserker playthrough last night. Want to mess with Hammer and Anvil's shield on an endgame level. Yeah, Hammer and Anvil is one of those that has a lot of potential. I was actually running one before I started using Agony. It's good because it does melee damage. So any of your effects that trigger on doing melee damage, like Alchemical Agent, for example, they will trigger off of that. And you can apply a lot of damage formula to it. It's pretty good. There's so many crystals. This is the special event run, and I'm hitting a lot of crystal containers. This is why I would like this to be permanently around for Redux, because boss runs in the chamber in Redux do not give a lot of crystals. A big part of that is because there are no containers, but also because you kill fewer enemies. But in Special Event Run, not only are you killing a lot of enemies because of Redux mob density, but you can hit the containers around the map, and that those were buffed in the mod. They give you quite a bit. I don't remember all the locations because it's been a while. It's been a while. Where's the skull for this one? There it is. Hey, Sora, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate it. How am I? I'm doing well, honey buddy. Thanks for asking. Is Threads a little OP on Grave? Did I just not build well before? I don't think Threads of Fate was changed at all. And Graveborn is not providing as much for spell casting as, say, Spellshot would. Although, obviously, Spellshot and Graveborn together is going to be the peak of that. So I'm thinking it'll be the latter. You might have simply made better choices. Do like that they announced their games at max a year before launch, no 5 years of hype, stuff like that. Yeah, it definitely stops a Cyberpunk situation. Or maybe a Duke Nukem Forever situation. That's probably the one that hits home for them. Think they did buff Threads? Ah, I stand corrected. And yeah, buffed Threads would explain that for sure. Threads is already, like, workable in vanilla. It's just one of those things that ends up being impractical. So yeah, I think a buff to it is fine. Even if it's already viable, it'll get more people wanting to use something unconventional. You are indeed silly, Sora. Hot take, would just buff the targeting speed. That's definitely an option. It's like there's no one right way to solve issues for certain items or hang-ups that people have with those items. You got choices. Blast Chill is the one I noticed last night. I was just like, this could be something. So Blast Chill only triggers with your actual melee swings, Ken. On Wonderland's launch, it triggered from any melee damage, but they changed that ahead of the Stab-O-Matic coming out because, one, I think that would have been a balance problem, but two, I think it would have melted people's consoles, that people run around shooting, say, a Stab-O-Matic with a Corrupted Plate Mail triggering Blast Chill 28 times. You know how visually polluting Body and Mind is on Amara? It would just be that, but, like, more. So, I get why they did that. But they did buff Blast Chill when this happened. And fix some bugs that stopped it from getting some formula it was supposed to get. So, Blast Chill for swinging melee is still very good. The reason why you don't see it get used as often is not because it was nerfed, but it's more because Alchemical Agent is nightmarishly strong and applies to any melee damage. And you can't... Well, you can get Alchemical and Blast Chill, but it's more optimal to get Alchemical and then cap out your Stabo tree. Because Exiblade solves your range issues, for example. And you also get the... In Redux, you get Augments as an option down here. Hey, Killer Examine, how you doing? The Sworn Saw to activate on Hammer and Anvil swing. If it did, then something is different about either Hammer and Anvil or Blast Chill in Redux. But I can tell you in vanilla, it is only the swing. It's the same parameters as Hilt Mod. Looks for an actual swing impacting.
For the hug, Dad. Let's do it again soon.
We look at, so it specifically says melee attacks for Blast Chill. And once again, it's possible they could have changed it without updating the description, but when it says melee attack, it means specifically an actual swing. You see the same language used on Hilt mods.
That's too good for you.
That's a lot of coil mages.
Everywhere.
What armor has alchemical? None. There's a few combos for Blast Chill armor. There is no alchemical armor. Alchemical agent armor would be game breaking. Like every melee build would take that. Every melee build that has Stabomancer would take that. About Stallion buff? Yeah. Like, I cannot overstate how problematic alchemical agent armor would be for balance. Because then you could do stuff like take Blood of the Fallen and Dreadwind augment and then still have alchemical agent. And then that would just be nightmarishly powerful. You could just, it would be a lot. Thought I would know about it if it existed. You definitely would. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? It's silly, but I really miss the critical hit indicator from vanilla. Huh. I really prefer the Redux one. Just because it's, I can see what's happening on my screen a lot better. But, personal preference. Hey Shiner, I'm thinking about swapping over to PC. Current PC is a Mac. You or anyone in chat know if mods will work? That's a good question. I don't actually know. I am not Mac savvy. I would not know the answer to that. If anyone happens to know the answer to Shiner's question, chat. Level 50 Celissa do be tanky. I forgot I took Nullify. So, Nullify impacts Ghostblade a lot because Ghostblade is a lot of little hits. A lot of little hits getting reduced is, noticeable. You gonna do your second phase? There you go. I should also make sure I take more damage to get Agony active. That would help me out a lot. Yeah, that's definitely faster. Is DLLs right? Yes. Not sure how that would work on Mac, but maybe it's worth checking with creators. Yeah, I feel like that's something to check in the Redux Discord. They would probably have documentation of whether or not that's a good thing. So I definitely missed one of the raid boss things. I did not get the yellow one. It's probably in the early parts of the run. Every time one of those does that. So annoying. Redux affect previous saves? Yes. I would highly recommend backing up your entire saves folder. The mod installation instructions also say to do this. Before installing Redux, and back up your saves folder before every Redux patch installation as well. Yeah, we gotta work a little harder on this one. This is how Gloop works. Very rich on one of the creators. Yeah, try the Redux Discord. It should definitely have the information you're looking for on this. That's a good chunk. Yeah, this is tanky. Nullify matters. Definitely 2 Raider levels of HP. I wasn't bothering with on the weaker mobs. Making progress. Nullify would double dip alchemical agent? Yes. And then contagion would triple dip nullify. So this is why our damage is. And then fusion dots triggered off of that contagion would then quadruple dip nullify. And then if that fusion explosion, if that fusion dot applied another dot, it would then quintuple dip nullify. You see the problem. You see the problem. That's a fair bit faster. Get some actual swings in. Oh yeah, that's a good chunk. I think I'll save my next Ghost Blade. Change Contagion at all in the mod? No. Doesn't need to be changed. Contagion is perfect as is. You would go there. Oh, that was so stupid of me. You know, we might still be okay. Come on, Go Gadget, Exy Blade. Yeah, we're fine. Everything's fine. Bark, my beloved. Hang on, that's weird out of context. Wow, that Shroomlet punched me in the butt. Ruined my whole thing.
More ammo. Boy, sight.
Now we got Agony on. This is fun. Still definitely easier than Chaos 100, but...
Neighbor, trust me.
I don't know why my Tooth Raider's not going where it should be, but I guess I'll use this instead. That wasn't Quag aim, that was... game aim. Play Elden Ring? No, I've watched a lot of Elden Ring content, but I've not personally played it as of yet. It's in one of those, it's in that I'd have played it already if I wasn't concerned about my PC exploding if I tried to stream it. Type of, you know, brackets. Good chunks there. Okay, with taking a tail into that hit, turns on Agony. Dear Agony. Bark's my fave, I think. Mine too. Barks is probably my favorite, boss in all of Lance. It's between Barks and Wotan.
How can I be out of magic? More coming. Almost tipped my son.
Cool. Fun stuff. Controversial take, but by far the best gaming experience I've had to date. I don't think it's a controversial take to really love Elden Ring. I think that's very valid. Very, widespread opinion. Do you think this is easier than Chaos 100 normal raid bosses? If I was to do this run in Chaos 100 with, like, you know, the same curses and everything, like, specifically in this special event run, then yeah, it would be easier in Redux than in vanilla. Saying his Barks is your fave, but Wotan has music. Yes. Let's see. 23,289 crystals. 52 minutes. That's way more efficient than like normal chamber in Redux. And that's with a very slow run. That's with me doing raid bosses, which are not crystals efficient, by the way. If you didn't know this, if you're trying to maximize your crystals in the Chaos Chamber for like time spent, what you want to do is take a couple early Dragonlord rooms, but then take every crystal chest, hit every container, elite any rooms that you know are going to be extremely high density, but with like low enemy progression value. So if you know there's a room with, say, bloops that have the little things that come out, killing as many of those little things as possible in an elite version of the room is how you get the most crystals. You get most of your crystals from containers and killing enemies. Bonus objectives give you some, but not much. Quartz gives you some, but not much. Raid bosses don't really give you much at all, proportionately. So if you were to like maximize this, you'd be skipping raid bosses, you'd be not really sweating getting too many curses. You can get a lot. Let's hit armors. I agree. I thought you were saying this event was easier than Castle Hunters. I don't think I'd agree with. Yeah, no. No, this event is available in the non-Redux game as well. Redux has whatever like event and featured vanilla has, just because how it works. Anyway, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Coffee moment. Probably easier because dashes. That's a contributing factor, but also, like, you don't need specific gear to be as efficient in Redux. You still need specific gear for, like, making a build in general. But, like, Chaos tiers being removed means it's a lot easier to get good items there. Passives values have been adjusted. The pools have been changed a little bit. It's just easier to gear in Redux as a whole. So getting your build up and running, if you were to do something like the 0 to Hero challenge in Redux, that'd be a lot more feasible than doing it in Vanilla Wonderlands. And also your skill trees are more of your overall power. Especially if you're the classes that got massive buffs. Like Spore Warden is much more of your overall power in a Spore Warden build. Sabomancer, Clawbringer, all got massive buffs. Less so if you're, a Berserker, a Blightcaller, spell shot, you didn't really change much power-wise. Same with Greyborn, you didn't really change much power-wise. But the gear being less of the power still makes it true. Because gear stats are smaller than they were. Internet's taking a shit apparently. Oh no. A poop. Ooh, that's a tiger claw with 2 and awe. That rhymes. Can I do anything interesting with that? The stats aren't very good. Never mind. It's a little populated over here. Let's hit the Spell Bunny. Pick Slasher and melt all mobs. Yeah, Slasher is insanely good for Ghostblade mobbing. Ooh, that is a 3 charge Tidebreaker. I want that. Can I drop? I don't need that. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, 3 charge Tidebreaker goes hard because, yeah, after casting a spell, gain increased spell radius. And then there's the one after casting a spell, get action skill cooldown. That's gonna be good on this build. Yeah, Wonderland's OST being very... Like, there's a couple tracks that are good, that stick in your mind, but only a couple. It's largely just not present. Whereas BL3, every track of BL3 is memorable. Also seems gotten worse in the DLC. I don't know if worse, it's just there's no standouts in the DLC tracks. Like, the only one I can identify offhand is the Imelda one, just because I hate Imelda. Like, hearing which track is starting as you spawn into an arena lets you reset faster. Wonderland's got celeb voice actors. Yeah, maybe a lot of budget went there. Could be that. Also, it is not a main series game. I don't remember hearing people talk too much about the TPS soundtrack. In fact, I don't remember a single TPS track. So, like... Okay. Anyone think of any? There's gotta be one. I feel like I'm forgetting one. There's gotta be one. So, like, maybe this is just a spin-off thing. I don't know. Maybe that's Hopium. Wasn't the same standard as BL2-3. Yeah, like, I can immediately think of BL2 and BL3 tracks that I really like. I can't think of any for... I can even think of BL1 tracks that I really like. I can't really think of any for US, the DLC in particular. Common DLCW for TPS. A lot of Apexes. I don't know if I like that that drops so much. Okay, so I said I'd do a little bit of Dire Sacrifice. Claptastic Supremacy. Not a fan of the BL2 soundtrack. BL1 is probably my favorite in that regard. There's a couple tracks I really liked in BL2. The Hatterax music, for example. That was premium. I like the Bloodshot Stronghold music too. Okay. Here you go, Moonface. Dire Sacrifice. Doing Berserker Graveborn, Burr Capstone, Graveborn down to Ascension. I have Body Rune, Brutal Stampede on right now. Demon Blights. Snake Stick. Yeah, Snake Stick's nice here. Still don't have all the gear I want for this, but 'tis fine. 'Tis fine.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
We'll do a normal run. Hopefully we don't get a boss that completely shuts this down. Also consider the genre space Wonderlands occupies so heavily oversaturated, making a unique and recognizable soundtrack for it likely be beyond their cost parameters. Rather, it seems they specifically went for genre normal tracks so that wouldn't stand out. That's a really good point, Robot. Yeah, that's a really good point to make. Fair enough. And that's the room. Is this the dot application, not the ability to damage it's doing the work? It's both. Ooh, Trust in Magic. Hell yeah. Big damage. Something to keep in mind is, in terms of your ring slot, you have like two options of boosting. You can either boost ability damage to boost your Dire Sacrifice, or you can boost status damage. Now, you're gonna already have some ability damage support from Myth Rank if you're most players. And you can also get that as a passive on your armor, which I don't happen to have, but you know, those are options. I'm getting some from my Brutal Stampede, so in that way I'm getting it from armor. So it's easier to get that in most situations than it is to get status damage, but the big thing that Demon Blight's doing here is the status duration. Since Dire Sacrifice is a guaranteed dot application, more duration is just more damage always every time you hit it, on top of you getting the raw damage, of course. So I really like Demon Blights here. And neither one of these skill trees has any status damage in them. Now, neither one has ability damage in them, to be fair. And we can at least get some status damage from Myth Rank, but we don't max it because we need the raw HP. And then since I'm using Protagonizer, I need the skill recovery down here as well. This is dumb area effect coming from. Dire Sacrifice is just that big. It's just that big. And thanks to Blood of the Fallen, if you get like 3 kills in an activation, you'll just have your shit back instantly. I have an Ancient Hilt on my Snake Stick as well. That's another way of getting some cooldown back, but Extreme Spam is a great way of getting Dire Sacrifice mileage. Guys, Dire Sac is just that big, it's true. Think of Borderlands music, I still think of the track that plays the Firestone. That's the BL1 one that I was thinking of, yeah. BL3 tracks, probably just the Sanctuary 3 music, real chill banger. Definitely a modern classic. killed so many with that one. I had my cooldown back before the animation was over. Oh, yep, happened again. Blood of the Fallen putting in overtime here. Look at this shit. That was sick. Ooh, that's a big ounce with Ancient. A cryo one with Ancient. That's real good. Need to do a Dire Sack build. The big thing we still need to figure out for a Dire Sack, even in Redux, is how to deal with bossing. Now, if you do the Blightcaller approach to it, then yeah, you have Spirit Swarm to help deal with your bossing. But I really want this Blood of the Fallen version to have some good bossing options. So that's a nut we still have to crack. It might end up being something I dislike. Like, it might end up being Buffmeister territory, which buff is less silly in Redux. But the reason why it would specifically be good here is because bonus elements inherit the status chance of like what you put them on. So we'd be getting another guaranteed dot. So we could like put a buff of a relevant element on and get an extra big dot every time we activate it. I still don't like that item. It is less of a balanced nightmare in Redux, but it is still incredibly uninteresting. Any of the new items inherit some buffs exclusive stats? That I don't know. That I don't know. Baby Bale 3 is definitely Evil Lilith's theme, considering she's a long mute face. You can actually hear it. True. There's so much good music you don't actually get to hear in that game. Like, you guys know Wotan has, like, music for the phase before it starts jumping around? Yeah. Like, actually a banger. Any good purples to look out for in Redux? I mean, just like in Vanilla Wonderlands, there's lots of good purples. It's all the same ones, they just have different names in Redux. Well, most of them have different names. The guns have different names, the melee weapons don't. No, Graveward has 2 full 4-minute tracks. I didn't know the first one was that long. The second one is great, yeah. I didn't know the first one was that long. Is that the one that plays when Grave and Ward are there in the story? Reckless Monster? If Vanilla Sword Solution was my solution to bossing on Reaver, I don't know how viable it should still work. Hasn't nerfed at all. Ah, Theodore. Okay, so like Dire Sacrifice just doesn't here. Let's see how bad this is. I have a mulligan, so maybe I can do like acceptable damage. I don't know. So awkward. Like, here's what happens when I hit Dire Sack. It just doesn't. Never realized about the name of those 2 items, Grave and Ward. Yep. Yeah, you have the enemy's Grave and Ward, and then you have the boss Grave Ward that drops the items Grave and Ward. Calm down, Gun Show. Yeah, I guess Sword Explosion handles this. my shots. Please. This is still pain. This is highest difficulty Theodore as well. Pain. Suffering. Like, because Bereaver is tanky, I'm not in any danger from any of the hazards. Like, in fact, I can just stand in a lot of them and then heal, and it's fine. But it just takes a while. Dire Sack itself is, like, not bad against this guy. Motherfucker. It's blocking my shots. That's so toxic. I hate this so much. Like, I really like this fight on builds that are capable of properly interacting with the fight. So, like, spell builds, this is a really fun one for me. The rare gun build works out well. But the problem with this is one of the shared problems with Imelda, where the fight itself was not designed to accommodate a lot of the playstyles that the rest of the game does. Like, Sword Explosion being a go-to, hey, solve this enemy I can't actually hit gun, but it's physically blocked by the shields even when you have a otherwise clear shot. And then Dire Sacrifice literally just can't hit those enemies at all. It's not that it doesn't hurt them, it's just that it can't hit them. Hey, Mr. Adblock. Good to see you. How are you? First one plays first half of health, second one's when he's under 50. Huh, yeah, I never knew it worked that way. You learned something. Redmorn 4 must be hilarious. Redmorn 4 is fun. Like, Redmorn has a bunch of hitboxes, so if you get a good Dire Sack angle, you can hit all of Redmorn's body parts with a Dire Sacrifice. And it's quite satisfying to do. It goes especially hard if you just swap to a Barber Loader real quick, put one crossbolt in them, and then do it. Gotta head out later. Have a good one, Viper. Thanks for stopping by. Speaking of Redmorn, I think I need to do that mirror on my hammer throw save. Probably do that next. Because I want to soul farm a little bit. So I can hit legacy hunts on that character, because I used up all my souls. Luckily I have pistol ammo. So I used up all my shotgun, unless I picked up more. I did pick up more. That's good. Oh, never mind. I'll just stick with this. Fuck it. May as well use the item properly. Debuff. The mulligan puts a 33%, I believe is the number. Pistol only damage debuff with assault fire, stacking up to 3 times. It was really good. It was crazy even when it worked on things other than pistol damage, but short-lived. I also keep forgetting that this gun is fully automatic. There we go. Not difficult, just annoying. So here's why boss runs, I think they could stand to be buffed. That run we just did, that took 15 minutes. We ended up with 3,152 crystals. So, like, I get 1 full bunny pull and then 1 sad bunny pull. Because boss runs don't have containers, I can't go hit those to equalize crystals. So it just kind of ends up being sad. Surprisingly good luck with that second pull, honestly. Spell, area, ability, gun, and crit damage. This Brutal Stampede really wants to be everything, doesn't it? Like, that's just very visually satisfying to look at all the stats it boosts. Ultimately not useful, though. Okay, let's get on Hammer Throw. And then I think I need to do a couple mirrors. Oh, I was trying out Reaper of Bones with the Agony Shield as well. Because Reaper Amnesia, to keep the Agony broken, it'd be a lot of potential damage. It gives that dark magic efficiency as well. Like, seems good. But the problem is missing out at the ammo regen from last gas proved to be a little problematic for what I was doing at the time. Nice amalgam you got there, pretty much. Okay, so I have 226 souls. Yeah, I need more. We need more. I could also go for better Fate Breakers while we're doing this. They fixed DLC bosses dropping crystals? No. DLC bosses still drop crystals, I believe. Or, souls. They might drop both now, but they definitely still drop souls.
I can sense a sea of fears merging into one tsunami of terror here. My word, I'm talented.
In these mirrors, I see you.
P.
Tell me, hero, is there anything in this world you're afraid of?
In this world? The next world, though, is a real...
In these mirrors, I see you, P.
This thing is helping my self-worth.
No, I'm not Dr. Disrespect, don't ban me, Twitch. This health bug. No, they're just weak. All bosses drop dedicated pearls. No, there's not enough pearls for all bosses to have them. They're assigned to specific enemies. Some of them are assigned to mini bosses instead of bosses. Me? No, no. I did not see you in the mirror. How you doing, Ms. Up? Hey, the cart's really fast in Redux Mirror. I'm just noticing. Like, way faster. That's nice.
Gold goes so well with my robes.
I missed one of the gold things. I was distracted by the cart being not terrible. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. My stomach was a little angry at me this morning, but it seems to have passed. So that's nice.
Angrier than I expected.
Look at this Giga Chad Fatebreaker damage. Like, it's so good. Glad it's calmed down. It was fed Redux and is happy again. Redux confirmed stomach medicine.
We've got the gold. And now it's time to find a few fools to go with it. They'll...
Yeah, I'll only have to go through this mirror once, and then we could just directly farm Redmorn.
The ruler of this realm is paying.
Love to see Fatebreaker doing work. It's so good in this mod, Tinker Axiom. Like, they didn't even increase the damage. All they did was change the birds to melee. And it's just, it is truly built different. Like, I know, take a sip of your coffee every time Quag jerks off the Fatebreaker, but it's seriously incredibly good. Like, and it has so many applications. It's just a perfect filler melee option for, like, any melee damage build. You know what this would go really well on? A Cleansing Flames build, because Cleansing Flames has a lot of downtime, and you need something to do while closing the gap. So you can just swing a Fatebreaker around, and it's goated. It's seriously... I cannot sing its praises enough. Fatebreaker birds being melee damage is like game changer. Insert medical advice disclaimer here. Yeah. Thank you, Turbo. Jake, that is my elbow. That is not food. I am not food. I am not a consumable. I'm a quest item. Rack stab. Yes, we rack stabbing. Honestly, if we want Blood of the Fallen, Cleansing Flames, swinging around a Fatebreaker, we could probably get, like, actually rack stab-like gameplay. Because, like, Blood of the Fallen giving us back our cooldown. Like, I kind of want to do that. Like, a big part of the gameplay of rack stab in BL3 is, using your Novas to get more Novas. We can do that with, Blood of the Fallen. We wouldn't have Alchemical Agent, but it's probably fine. Just need to kill with upfront damage. Claw skill, you get cooldown from having a full shield. Yeah, yeah. Dedication. Is pretty decent percentage-wise, honestly. 40% at 5 points is not bad at all.
I'm so glad to be getting rid of these.
Oh, I accidentally hit that chest. Cool. Like, we could just, for fun, right now. Oh, well. Ken, I don't know if you're still here, but we're using Hammer and Anvil right now, and it just, it deleted that enemy's existence, and it was funny.
All these flags, and I still didn't know bad news when I saw them.
Fatebreaker synergies just keep coming. It's such a cracked item in this mod. I'm gonna rub your dick short over the sword if you're not careful. What if that's the point? You don't know my priorities.
You're winning me over. Trust me, I'm keeping musical score. It's in the next round. This world is a mix of memory and imagination. Like a song where you only remember every other rhyme, so you half sing and half mumble.
It's that kind of shit right there that keeps me lurking. Hey, I aim to please.
Lurking in the shadows of every gaslight. I stole the song in my heart and hid it there too. I need it back, and for that, you must find my loot. I guess in this realm, wyverns lay instruments. There are instruments in.
I didn't know there was a
How? I mean,
stuff there.
wow, that's wow.
Neat. I never grabbed that one before. Gotta grease that ball to dick ratio or something.
These are all bad eggs. Don't feel bad about breaking them.
That's a sentence that I read.
This loot holds so many memories. Here. I knew this place like the back of my hand once. They scattered my memories to make sure I'd stay lost. But the further you go, the clearer my mind gets. Which is why I can point you into a treasure known only to the ruler's most powerful allies. That doesn't mean I was one of them. I just know things. Anyway, only those badass spiders will hold the levers you need to access the treasury.
Make your hammer and anvil. Like, we can just constantly have those hammers going out as long as we take like one hit and then we go Fatebreaker or something. J-Bridge, thank you for the 33 months with the streak. I appreciate it. Or like dirty 30.
Excellent progress.
Thank you, thank you.
Fighting, walking around, placing levers. What can't you do?
More like Derby 3 Quagfire.
Drive by hammer and anvil. Imagine if you could have hammer and anvil and Mace Wardu on at the same time. Almost 3 years. Yeah, we're almost at the 3 year. I think in 2 months people will have 3-year badges. Which I should get new badges, honestly. I don't think I ever put anything for like 1.5 years. I was like, that's a problem for future me. Here we are. 1.5 years later.
That's one lever down. Are you done? Then leave
You're
me
short.
alone.
Hey, I am perfectly average height. You the person above you? Well, they're clearly not short if they're above you. Checkmate. I got you, Pragmatic. I got you. You on that step ladder? I'm stuck. Monk. Oh, thank you, Hammer and Anvil. That was all Hammer and Anvil and Fatebreaker. Juicy.
You make that look so easy.
I'm probably the tallest 5'9" person ever.
Can't imagine anyone placing those levers better than you do.
I am a short 5'9".
Because that would be
I am also 5'9".
While you were raiding that treasury, I remembered something else they stole.
I'm 5'9" with bad posture, so that's how I'm a short 5'9".
I'd like it back now.
5'9" and 11 inches. Got a little stump of Pokemon ABC book.
Yes.
Quagsire's for Q in the book. It's too lazy to hunt, so he waits for food to fall in his open mouth. Little Something is hilarious, now loves Quagsire. Little Stump continuing to be cultured. Little Stump is the most cultured kid on the planet.
By the looks of it, they're keeping it here.
Well done. The Asmic Mail with a melee crit, point and awe. It's tempting. Yeah, I'll pick it up. How does Acid Rain work exactly? I've not used that gun long enough to really know. I too wait for food to fall into my open mouth. There you go. That hit you? How did that hit you? Okay, I'll take it. I could shoot for Executioner's Blade, but I want to use the Fate Breaker on these because it's funny. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That wyvern has my fire! I hope it gives you heartburn, you block-headed fool.
So, what you're saying is Vesper in this fight would be like, you are my fire? Something to that effect. Fate Breaker because why use guns when you have range melee? Exactly. The one desire. Yeah.
My powers! Oh, my luscious, fiery, gorgeous powers! If I was alone, I would swaddle myself in them and never leave. As for now, we have one last task to execute.
She must have a specific manner of wanting things to be. Yeah. I guess she really wants it that way, huh?
My one piece of advice for the monster you're about to face: show no fear. Cast doubt from your mind. They are the living embodiment of every lost soul's fear. He feeds on our pain. Don't dwell on the hurt. Deliver it instead.
Good job, Fate Breaker. Why? You want me to tell you why?
Key to success in that world is to
I'm sure there's a lot of Zoomers who are just very confused as to what we're talking about right now.
It's a good night to face your fears, and the embodiment of everyone else's fears, too. It's not easy to
Ain't nothing but a mistake. I just never want to hear you say that, you know? Ah, good reference, Robot. Good reference.
I've seen where you're
Heard the Weird Al parody first. Anyone ever watch that? Is that a Weird Al biopic any good? That's out, right? The Daniel Radcliffe one? I'm just kind of compelled to watch anything with Daniel Radcliffe because he's the world's biggest Giga Chad. Heard good things? Yeah, me too.
A malevolent force lurks in shadows here. What a creep. These lost souls live in mortal terror.
Daniel Chadcliffe.
Immortal terror tag.
I remember hearing buzz and it wasn't internet is on fire buzz. So potentially a good thing.
Truth isn't black or
Daniel exclamation point Cliff. See what you did there and I like it. Radcliffe's solid more than just Harry Potter. Yeah, like he has lots of roles that he's been exceptional in. Also just a good human being. Like he's just a solid dude. Very humble. Uses his platform for good causes and just like has a lot of artistic integrity on top of it. Like he's just the whole package. Wife and I both found it disappointing. Oh no. Well, thanks for letting me know, Crowforged. All feedback is good feedback when I know nothing about it. Bruno Stampede could be really good. Area damage, gun damage, crit damage, Spore Stabo. Yeah, that's worth picking up. I'd be concerned if he'd be a liquid dude. Fair point, Toby. Fair point. $55% on Fury or Fealty Oath for mag size? Is there anything useful we could do with that? There's that, what is it? Thunder Fury? Is it a Thunder Fury? That's a shooty TDR gun. Furior. Same shit. Yeah, like you could wear 2 of these, and then the effect increases when you switch weapons. That's a lot of mag size. Thank you for testing. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do that. Shadowfire? Shadowfire kind of sucks shooting, and like increasing your mag size that much for chucking just means you run out of ammo really fast. That percentage bigger than usual? It's bigger than usual. Furior Fealty Oaths in vanilla can double roll certain things that other Fealty Oaths can't. And they did adjust individual passes in Redux as well, so I think it's a combination of those two things.
I love a cold front. A cold back can be grand.
Not only lightning bolt chucks of a huge dot and get a larger dot with mag size. Ooh, maybe we could do that. I do love lightning bolt chucks.
the monster.
You got me interested. Thing is, would that be more worth than running Fealty Oaths? I mean, I guess if you have enough status damage elsewhere, it would be. Or, not Demon Blight, not Fealty Oath. I guess if you have enough status damage elsewhere. Maybe. One Baby Maker throw. Hey, most people can only throw their Baby Maker once before they gotta refill.
Their soul now befouls the waters of the dead. Earth-shattering shock! They cry for blood, and blood they shall have!
Oh, he's immune to shock. I was like, what is happening there? What are you immune to right now?
A restorative!
Okay. The Firehead's gone. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Is lightning immune? I'll use the other hammer. I'm not reading that, Locosius. but I read it in my head.
Take wing, little one.
Okay, good amount of souls from doing just each of the Redmorn mirrors once. That was pretty good. Up to almost 1,000 souls.
These lost souls live in mortal terror.
Okay, so let's head over to... I want to farm another Agony real quick. I have a couple copies, but I don't feel like making another one, so we're just gonna farm. I'm gonna fast travel over here real quick and run to the bathroom real quick. BRB. Okay, me back. Sorry for people still caught in ads right now, but just a little bit of farming. So Agony's not going to be good on this build at all, but I do want more for other builds. For example, for spellcasters, I think Agony's like the one to run, because you can just glass cannon to keep it always on. You resist some shit. I farmed her on Ghostblade before, and it was definitely faster. We'll do a few runs, regardless. But I tried to test what Vesperus can do with her drop for me. I was able to get the drop in like only a few runs yesterday. The buff to Deady drop rates probably helped me out a fair bit. Wish there was a second enemy to kill here to trigger, I almost called it Clear the Mind. Resistance is futile. Fight Vesper and Redux? Yeah. She's one of the legacy hunt targets. I believe that's what these are called. You, there's a couple of these pillar things hidden throughout, and you can pay 50 lost souls to spawn an enemy from them. And it'll be like a boss tier enemy that has its own Deady drops. Pretty generous with the world drops too. Ever fight Vesper in vanilla? Nah, this is a new thing for Redux. It's pretty cool. There is a, one of Vesper's dedicated drops is a pearlescent shield. Pearlescent ward, rather. She also has an amulet that I think is pretty interesting. That... when I first looked at it, I was kind of underwhelmed, but the more I've been thinking about it, the more it might be good. Here it is. So, like, each shot landed grants a 2% bonus to gun damage, reduces your accuracy by 10%, stacks cap at 25, and decay over time. So, minus 250% accuracy in exchange for 50% gun damage. doesn't sound great, but keep in mind you still get an elemental passive on this. Unlike Universal Soldier, where you give up your elemental passive for the gun damage, you get both with Shaped Hourglass, and the lowering of accuracy could be a fun thing. So maybe I build around that at some point. You don't need accuracy anyway. You get some accuracy for having a Pearl equipped, so it won't fully mitigate it, but it's something. Spore Warden gets accuracy in Tree and Redux, so that's also another way to mitigate that a little bit. Make it work, Hourglass. Accuracy probably doesn't matter on something like a White Rider, so you could honestly just equip a White Rider with that and go crazy. 50 souls for Vesper and 25 for Rest of the Hunts. I didn't know they were different, but yeah, that sounds right. I've only done 2 of these obelisk things, and yeah, the other guy was 25, wasn't he? Does. Thick spread a significant number of weapons. A lot that I can think of. Yeah. Well, not quite. There's some, though, yeah. Could be good for Barrage. Yeah, it could be good for Barrage. Certainly could be. Hyperius be adding accuracy at the end of the clip. Speaking of Hyperius, a gun I really want to mess around with that's really good in vanilla, but will shine even more now, is the Circuitous Gyre. That gun has insane theoretical DPS once it's ramped up. And with Redux, not only do we have more access to ammo regen, but Spore gets that free every other shot. So maybe we make a build with that. Honestly, I didn't even notice it and used it for quite a while with snipers. It's good to hear. As for your fire resist, it's toxic. Waiting for your gyro test done. I threw a couple on my sawmill save and just shot it for a few minutes. It seemed decent. But I think min-max, like, get those Hyperius fealty oaths. Fire damage, spore power, mag size. Yeah, that's a good roll. That's a good enough roll to take. One of my favorite vanilla weapons on Mistdancer. The big thing that stopped it from being super effective on a bunch of setups was, one, if you're using Barrage for Spore Fuse, you had to interrupt your ramp up for that constantly, which was undercutting your damage. And 2, you needed real specific gear to, like, have it ramped up for a long time. But now that Spore just kind of gets a lot of that stuff for free in the skill tree, should be a lot easier. I'm thinking we're in Mistdancer territory again with that gun, but we go Exi Blade. If we can get... No, we can't get Exi Blade and the free shot thing. Because, like, the thought was Exiblade with Universal Soldier. Maybe we could do that with a different class combo. Got both for test purposes as well. Nice. Frost Stabbo. That passes. The Hourglass with gun damage on top? I don't believe so. Stat I like seeing be good, but lands games making weapons you want accuracy on and fixed spread. Spread is a trend. Could be remnant shotgun accuracy scaling. Yeah, there's the shotgun we're talking about right now, the Hyperius one, does not have fixed spread, so accuracy goes really hard on it, for sure. I should have let her hit me for hammer and anvil, honestly. I'll just stand this close and do that. We'll get it eventually. We have BL3 Shield Knight for accuracy and reload speed. Oh yeah, that'd be real good. I'd use that on Flak and on Moze. It'd be so nice. It's like for Gamma Burst builds on Flak that go for the max duration Gamma, you genuinely don't have a Shield Anoint that helps you unless you accept one with really low uptime or go Terror. And then for Moze, you know, similar thing. If you don't want Gunner cooldown, you don't have one that helps you. And they can't be Gunner Knight, too much damage loss there, but shields? Yeah. I think Grenade would be too much of a damage loss as well. Shield would definitely be the slot to put down. Dark Magic Graveborn, Action School cooldown status chance. Gun damage on a Graveborn? And if I was doing Reaper of Bones stuff, I guess, but I'd run other things. One thing Shield has is Terror. That isn't ASE dependent. I mean, Flak has attack command movement speed, which is cringe. There's also shock feedback, but technically that's not in the pool anymore. Then you've got Terror, yeah. Isn't there some weapons that bullets heat seek that don't need accuracy? Yeah, this gun's one of them. That command bonus, 200% fire damage, not bad as far as I tested it. Yeah, that's one, that's a Terror Anoint, so that falls in the Terror category we were talking about. Two, that's a bonus element for your pet. And 3, it removes your terror. So you need to generate terror to trigger it, and then it will remove that terror. So if you're using anything else that benefits terror for you, then you're not getting that anymore. And it's only really useful on pet builds. It's not really worth the effort on non-pet builds.
Never mind.
Ace Hunter with melee attack applied terror helps, and then once again you're in a situation where it's not worth doing outside of pet builds. Because like, you do it, okay. Your pet does marginally more damage in exchange for the amount of time you spent getting that terror and then consuming it. It's not worthwhile. No, it's a great option on pet builds. We use that annoyant on pet builds because it's good there. But we're talking gun builds. Gun gamma builds. Yeah, I'm using a pet build. Well then yeah, that's not relevant to this conversation. Because like, we already acknowledged terror. And it's in there. There's a few good terror anoints for the shield slot for that. What armor with Hourglass? You got a lot of options there, depending on your gun choice there, Mr. Adblock. So like, if you're trying to use a weapon that'll play the angles really well, you could do Corrupted Plate Mail. Using Headcannon, Corrupted Plate Mail is also an option. You could do Gunslinger for a lot of semi-automatic and burst fire guns. I really enjoy Gunslinger on Ripiter and Catatumbo. You could do Mosquito. You could do Fusion. Those are all good options. I'd be most inclined to go Gunslinger personally, because shiny new thing. Recency bias. Over time, they solved the niche trigger condition for gun anoints. Shields never got that treatment. Grenades only got better because OGT exists. Right, grenades already always had anointment slot support. Because like, the only grenade anoint people ran outside of Iron Bear builds was Action Skill Star Grenade Regen, because it was the only one that existed until MTD dropped. At which point ASC 50s came in, but like, those apply well to grenades. So grenades just have only good options in that anoint slot. Oh, I was greedy. Did I still get the kill here? Probably not, huh? Yeah, I didn't regen fast enough. Whoopsie. I needed to do 2 swings, not 1. Because I don't think all the birds hit. Skill issue. New Black Powder Pistol, I don't know what it does. It's the Pagner. It's shoots saw blades. It's okay. It took a nerf to its ammo consumption, because it was pretty popular, but I still don't see much reason to use it even back then over, like, Black Powder Pistols. There's already a bunch of good ones. That one is pretty mid compared to the Riveter, in my opinion. See, item you're looking for, farmable in chambers. So you can get world drop pearls anywhere, but the most efficient way to get pearls is from the Dedi source by design. However, because I'm also interested in this item, this amulet, and that's another thing sourced from Vesper, I may as well just be here. As long as my souls allow. I still have 464 souls, so we still got a few attempts. If we run out, then I could come back here on Ghostblade, but I'm more inclined to go play gun build, because we were thinking about that a little bit. As long as my soul allows, too. I realize cost soul is kind of cool. Yeah, that's why we did some soul farming. That's why we did those red moon rares. I wanted to complete the boss on this character, but I also needed some souls to farm this.
My arcane arsenal's empty. Save me a seat on the other side.
They don't disappear after 1 or 2 seconds like the other Saw Blade guns. That's interesting. Here's a Curse Wit drop. You can see Curse Wit and Redux is now 25% increased damage dealt to nearby enemies. So that means not only is that like a lot less, but keep in mind that's 25% when you are getting max Curse Wit bonus. So like you have to be hugging an enemy to get the 25%. If you're like a decent bit away, then you're getting like maybe 10%, 5%, something like that. Agony is 65% with no range requirement. So Agony is just like functionally an upgrade to Curse Wit in the mod now. Was it before 100? Yeah. There's 100 at max bonus. And that's a big hit. I'm okay with it, honestly. Because Curse Wit's still extremely useful. It's still it's now one of only 2 wards that fills its role. It's still very good. It's just no longer like, hey, this is probably always gonna be optimal on this particular type of build. Not this one specifically, but you could just slap it on pretty thoughtlessly. I don't like Curse Wit Series, Curse Wit 2.0. I don't think it's that simple. Like, sure, Agony kind of functions as being a better and slightly more interesting Curse Wit. But it's a pearlescent. So, like, not only is it hard to get, one of the complaints of Curse Wit is that it's so early in the game. It's like very easy to get. Like on my Redux playthrough, I got one from Ribula at level 3 and I just used it. I still use it on this character at it's this one at Chaos 40 or Chaos 10, excuse me, level 40. Like at least Agony being a pearl locked behind one of the more out-of-the-way farms means it's a little awkward to actually get.
I bring the storm!
Also need to see which damage bonus Agony actually gives. If it's conditional, i.e. the same thing as Curse Wit, then in most cases it'll just be better. It's unlikely that they would make Agony global, but if they did make Agony global, that's really interesting. Because that means it's a different stat. And like, for example, hey boom. For example, Berserker gets conditional entry from the old ways, which is additive with Curse Wit, but it doesn't have any global damage entry. The 2 main stats that Berserker doesn't have are global and gun damage. Now, of course, it also doesn't have ability, it also doesn't have spell, it also doesn't have crit, but those are either more minor or easier to get, depending on the context we're talking about. But Berserker not having global is one of the only, like, quote-unquote weaknesses of the tree, which is why Berserker Stabbo is so good, because Stabbo does have global. The easiest to access global, in fact. So, like, if they gave us a shield that gave global, that would create some interesting situations. Now, I highly doubt they did that. It's most likely conditional. But it's something to test. What are we talking about? I'm talking about the Pearl Shield ward that comes from here. I already have a couple copies, but I want another one. And I don't feel like duping. So we're just farming. Because there's another drop from Vesper that I also like the idea of and maybe want to build around. Almost out of souls on this character, so we're gonna have to switch or do something else soon. Yeah. 5 runs left. Cups with action skill cooldown max ice. Nice. So we're seeing live how 100% drop rate doesn't harm the game. Yes. Now I'm okay with, because of how they've implemented pearls, I'm okay with those being rare. I think that's part of the point. But for like legendaries, I'm a huge proponent of just making it so every run there's always a drop of a Dedi item. For example, I always bring this up, but Borderlands 3's first DLC, Handsome Jackpot. A lot of the items in that DLC are guaranteed drop, but you still have people farming them. For example, class mods from the final boss of the DLC. You get a bunch of class mods guaranteed. Still farm those. Ion Cannon from Fabricator, every run. Still, I mean, less so now that Kickcharger exists, but in its time, people still farmed that. I remember very early BL3 days, back when I played on PS4. Different part and different annoying Ion Cannons were a very popular request on the trading subreddits. Ooh, Brimming Cry Old God, nice. Hey, Mr. Arson. How you doing? Good to see you. Resub someone worthy. There we go. Courtesy of loading screen. Conman, enjoy. Reading all the Dedi buffs and Redux hotfix notes made me realize yet again how garbage so many BL3's drop rates were. Yeah, and BL3 had a lot of rates around 30%, and those items still felt bad to farm. So Redux actually has very high Dedi rates. Much higher than any official release, with the exception of the guaranteed drops. Totally just paid and she didn't spawn. Scammed. Scammed. Unfortunate. Hey, loading screen. Thank you for gifting 2 subs anyway. Thank you. Total 58. I appreciate you. I think pests can prevent enemies from spawning by taking up space. Yeah, I noticed with the farms where you could spawn like 5 of the enemy, they won't spawn if an enemy's already standing there. But then as soon as that space isn't occupied, they will. This didn't seem to be that. It's happened to you a few times? Okay. Good to know it's not just me, Clamp it. Still farm VIP tower for stack bots? Yeah.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
So for an item like a Pearl where they engineered them to have pretty low part variance, but to be like chase items, it makes sense for them to drop very infrequently. But for something like a Legendary, where you're going to want multiple copies more likely than not, you're going to want different versions depending what build you're playing, and there's so many of them in the game, and enemies are likely to have multiple assigned to them, just giving a drop every time isn't unreasonable. Now we got enough for 2 more runs.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thanks for all the support and making sure each other doesn't have to sit through ads and whatnot. I was worried she wasn't going to spawn. Get him, Hammer and Anvil. Do the thing. Look at it go. We could do Smithy's Ire for even more hammers.
Need more magic.
Oh, I was greedy. I think I can still kill her though.
Should have gone for the head.
Oh, we got it. Of course, when we're almost out. This was the second to last run. Oh, we got a drop without an augment? That's so sad. And there we go. Agony. While not depleted, you're bloodthirsty, losing 15% max HP, increasing your dark magic efficiency by 35%. While depleted, you become ravenous, losing a further 15%, but increasing all damage dealt by 65%. So yeah, that's so I can store that. Hey, I talked about Smithy's Iron, one popped up. That'll be for another build. Not this one, because obviously with Fatebreaker, we will never have uptime on that. Triple crit chance Smithies, unfortunate. Smithies goes off your melee crit stats, so any crit chance parts you find don't actually do anything, because those just affect your spell crit chance. Of return, welcome back, Swin. Oh yeah, I should
This world is ours to burn.
put a couple shaped hourglasses away. May have said earlier, there's a list of new items in the drop source already. Yeah, PUBG made a spreadsheet. Let me actually make a command for this. Give me 1 second. put that in my title as well. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, there we go. Gun build. We're gonna do gun build stuff next. Hey, I collect triple roll things so I can have triple rolls. Yeah, they're visually pleasing for sure. I think the guns with multiple elements should have 100% drop chance. It's a gun with one element, a 20-30 would be okay. Right. The more variables in versions of the item, the higher the drop rate. Ideally, at least. Gun rhymes with fun for a reason, Quanger. Hehehe. Good old merchy merch. Okay, so we have a mulligan on this save, so we can use this pistol debuff to benefit our Catatumbo and our Riveter. I don't know about giving Riveter, giving, brain rot. I don't know about giving up Barbaload for, the Vesper Amulet, but it's certainly an option, especially for guns that don't have crossbolts. I think if you're using a crossbow gun, Barbaload is very hard to compete with, but if you're, say, shooting a liquid cooling, then yeah. I need to make some inventory space, though. I don't need this negotiator. Thunder Fury, that's what we can use with the Fealty Oath. Fury or Fealty Oath. So we can get, like, over 100 mag size from our rings for this thing. That'll be a lot of ammo regen. Go burr for a while. Make non-guns drop multiple times as a standard. I agree. What does a mulligan do? So it's got an alt fire that applies a stacking debuff for pistol damage. So anything you do that's pistol damage will do more if you've hit them with the mulligan's alt fire. That stacks up to 3 times. So you can have up to a 99% pistol damage debuff on a target. I could maybe justify an agony on this save, huh? Over body rune. We can mess around with that. Sounds interesting. I assume you'll demonstrate. That is the plan. That is the plan. So wait, hang on. I was gonna reroll this, but having this on ward slot is a game changer, because it means I can comfortably swap weapons. One of the downsides of this enchant in vanilla is that it doesn't turn on for weapons you swap to during From the Shadows. But if I have this here, then I could just freely swap. That's actually a massive deal. I'm gonna equip that instead of the body rune, which is certainly a choice I'm making. This is another thing where, like, if I was using Corrupted Plate Mail, that'd be so much smarter. I'm using Gunslinger right now. I go back to Plate Mail and try to pull the trigger. Try to be a gamer. Do I have one with points in, whatchamacallit? I don't think I do. I'll try it anyway. I'm gonna re-roll my Riveter now. Something more useful. What do I want in this slot? I don't know what I'm really going for, to be honest, chat. I already have that somewhere else. Yeah, I do. I don't know what I'm going for. Sure.
Choose, Fatemaker. Are you prepared?
Let's do a boss run, see how this feels. Now, I'm gonna have to actually manually press the trigger on this Riveter, so it's not gonna look nearly as crazy. But we get additional ricochets with, thanks to Corrupted Plate Mail. And Echo Plate Mail is really, really good as well. So, non-gunslinger, but Nullify hurts us a fair bit. Should still be fine. Dragon Lord. I think this time I'll try to apply the Mulligan debuff, and then switch to Riveter. Was a special event? Just the super long chamber run. That's what it's called in the game. It's very hard to see. Yeah, the sheer fire rate from Gunslinger goes such a long way. Hate not having it. Gunslinger do? It makes semi-automatic weapons and burst fire weapons get an additional shot per trigger pull based on how many enemies you've hit recently. So for a weapon like this, where you guys can hear me clicking away, I wouldn't have to do that with Gunslinger. So with the game shooting the gun that fast for me, it's much higher DPS on a weapon like this. Saves you from carpal tunnel sounds OP. It's quite good. Here, I'll put it on, you can see. Where is it? Which one do I actually use? Was it that one? No, it was this one.
In true power, yes.
Because those ads spawned, I'm getting just a lot of extra shots per trigger pull, thanks to my ricochets. I gotta make sure I actually take damage so Agony turns on. That's something I'm not doing. Hit me. Hit me again. Thank you. shield's already coming back. Fuck. Hit me? Oh, he's refusing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, if you can get Agony to trigger, it's really good here. It's just tough to manage. Definitely easier if you have, like, Berserker for unarmored defense to make less to break while you have more HP as well. Or Spell Shot with Glass Cannon. Or if you run Reaper of Bones with Selective Amnesia, so you're always taking damage to your shield. Like, they're having trouble, actually, breaking it right now. Maybe? There we go. Like, the damage is good when it's on. Maybe just keep it there as a backup. The only big problem is, I'm not going to have access to exploit their weakness from my Riveter at all because I have no bonus elements. I'm going to have to mulligan to apply that every time. It's not a huge problem. Run into this to keep Agony broken. Gotta run and phone with the runs. Thanks, Boom. Thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, that's damage. Still without Agony. Now with Agony. That's pretty good. Body Rune's definitely easier to use here. This is pretty solid. Am I wearing the correct rings? I am. Yeah, having ward capacity on this gunslinger is making Agony harder to use. We might need to gunslinger farm, chat. Like, Stabbo power is longer from the shadows, so that's good. But having the Spore Stabbo one gives me more... well, it gives me access to 1,000 cuts, which is huge. But it also gives me more Eagle Eye, which is more accuracy and handling on top of more gun damage. So I don't know which I prefer. I could get Swift Death from the Stabbo Spore, it's just I have to remember to move. Go with this so my ward is smaller. And do I have points into tank power right now? I do. I gotta respec out of that. Finicking, tweaking, fiddling, overanalyzing. Right, Jake? I'll try Mulligan plus Pagner. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Oh wait, are Mr. Sean, if you're here, are lightning bolt chucks still considered pistol damage? Because we could mulligan and then chuck Fear Not lightning bolts. I guess they're not Fear Nots in this. What are they, spine touch? Probably. That sounds good. Like we could do the Furior Filtio thing. Get as much mag size as possible. Get that big chuck and bunch of reload speed as well. Because then we could keep From the Shadows up with that. I'm liking the sound of this. I'm liking the sound of this quite a lot. Might not affect Dot though. That's true. Probably wouldn't, huh? Because it's an on-hit thing. Yeah, that makes sense. That was a satisfying Parasite kill. Trade Secret, thank you for the 33 months. That's a long time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also thinking about trying Guns with Wings. Yeah. Shrikes with Mulligan would be a lot of damage. Shrikes are already, like, towards the peak of what gun builds are capable of. I think you get Trade Secret. You know the enchant that gives you ammo regen from consecutive melee hits? Yes. Get another Fatebreaker synergy. So, it doesn't specify melee attack, does it? It just says melee hits. I wonder if this tracks, like... Well, we can still just do that with Fatebreaker and then use that to get our shields back. Yeah, because Fatebreaker is the safest weapon to do that with. Like a Vampire Fatebreaker? With that enchant? What's the 3-year sub badge gonna be? Streamer, you're old? I am, Pris. It's tough. Open to suggestions. Just talking in general? Yeah. Fatebreaker is just... Yeah. It's so good. Oh, hey, look, a Dark Magic Fatebreaker. Caustic is useful here, too. Not Echo, but still useful. Interact stab. Drag it off to Fatebreaker. Always. Give us coats. Oh, I do like jackets. Burker stab. Reload fire rate. Yeah, that's actually good. Put that there. Can I get the ammo regen one on here? That'd be pretty cool. Let's see what I can roll. What do I have on my spell right now? Oh yeah, I want that, I want that. Having those in slots that doesn't change is definitely optimal. Haven't looked. Have to put a list of drops anywhere. PupT made a spreadsheet. Exclamation point Redux drops for a link to that. Nightmare of the Diamond King. Where's this guy? I feel like I've farmed this guy, but I forgot completely where he is. Save quit so I don't get Chaos Bug. Cat ears on the 3-year badge. I'll do another boss run here, and then we'll, I think we'll do special event on Dreadwind. That could be fun. I haven't used Agony on Dreadwind.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dig all the...
Banshee. I should have waited for my cooldowns. That's fine. What's my cat doing over there? Double jump over Banshee's high attack? Yes, yes you can. ASMR, anyone? Cat, are you good? And yes, a lot of clicks. Amalgam work here? Yeah, just not better than an armor that has an effect. It's desirable. Like, Amalgam is one of those things where it never fails you, it just doesn't do anything interesting. It's just, hey, have more stats. Hey Don, how you doing? Like, Amalgam isn't going to provide the ability to basically full auto this Riveter, which is why Gunslinger's good here. Corrupted Plate Mail is really good for Mistdancer because it allows you to still get the benefit of things like Exploit Their Weakness and Contagion on non-elemental guns, and it gives you more Play the Angles activations. Also gives you healing. Like, if you're using full auto guns, I think Corrupted Plate Mail is still the play for this setup. But if you're not, then Gunslinger's hilarious. Why are you attacking the chair today? He's just really going for it. That's a chunk of, like, the inside of that armchair that he's just pulling from out from underneath. If it wasn't already destroyed, I'd be upset, but, like, he's also cute. More Dragon Lord. Return. Welcome back, Viper. I should have tried to clip him there. No preserve and furniture around cats. We bought so many scratching posts, they still go to anything else first. Yeah, same. Playing DBL and trying PvP and lagging and piss me off. Can't let Silk attack. What game you playing? Explain like I'm 5. I'm too old to know PvP games. Redux says 10k downloads as of 16 hours ago. Huge W. Nice little lag spike there. Good job, Wonderlands. Yeah, having the Stabomancer enchant and a slot other than gun is so nice. Dragon Ball Legends. Ah, okay. That was my guess, but I wasn't willing to double down on that. Story-wise before the anime. Ah, interesting. I finally watched Dragon Ball Superhero 2 days ago. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good. A lot of fan service in that. Like, a lot of callbacks to various things. Even specific situations from, like, fights that don't have anything to do with the characters that are fighting. There was a lot of, like, hey, you remember this? It was cool. Echo Fatebreaker. Yes, please. It was too fast. Time to nerf the Gold Rush. I'm gonna open a lemonade stand. Parents can be $5. What do you not have $5? Oh, that type of fan service. The other kind was present too, Turbo. Like, it was an entire plot point how the God of Destruction is an ass man. That was a whole plot point. There's also using a magical wish-granting dragon for a BBL. That was another plot point. just watch anything that has Battle Shonen slapped on it. I grew up watching Dragon Ball, Pris, so Dragon Ball was the first one for me. Hey, Nunu. And I remembered. I remembered after I hit go live, but I remembered. We can do Borea's Breath with that max size stuff. Hmm. Of course, the God of Destruction's an ass, man. Us civilized folks are all about the Puba. Call me uncivilized. I haven't watched any Dragon yet, but once I play, it's gonna binge it. Plus the movies in the right order. I think, Dragon Ball is one of those things that is very inconsistent, the quality. Like, original Dragon Ball isn't a battle shonen, not really. So it's very different in vibe from Dragon Ball Z, which is where Dragon Ball picked up a lot of its Western fans, at least. And then you have Super, which is just like, in tone, it's the least interesting parts of Dragon Ball Z done for an entire series. But like, some moments are really cool. But then the Super movies are just like, in my opinion so far at least, the Super movies have been everything tonally I like about original Dragon Ball, but with like Super and Z level fights. So like, I don't know, I really vibe with both of the Super movies. I particularly like that Superhero spent a lot of time giving, like, character moments to characters that haven't had anything to do for, like, 20 years. Like, there's actually, I'm not gonna spoil, but there's one point where a character reminds another character of something they did in a fight about 35 real-world years ago. And then that character's like, oh, you know, I forgot I did that. Just reminded them of an ability they had. A fusion. Cool. Yeah. I should equip. I should honestly. A Storm Surge would be really good for a melee weapon on this. Storm Surge with Echo? I think that'd go pretty hard. Because the guaranteed Dao would be good for exploit their weakness, and I can hit multiple enemies at once. Yeah, that'd go pretty hard. Let me run in the bathroom real quick. I know, I've been doing that a lot today. Sorry, tiny bladder. BRB. Okay, hit me. Hit me. let's put armor here, and we'll do Dreadwind on the next one. All resistances blank slate. I forgot that was a roll. Yeah, that's a fusion with all damage, area damage. Good skills. I wants it. Should I grab an agony from another save first? Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'll spend enough time with wards that it won't really be noticeable, and if agony is conditional, then it's additive with the old ways, so I don't get huge value anyway. So I still have negative force on this one. I should reroll that enchant. That cat. That cryo big ounce that I got, I forgot to transfer that over. We can always get another one. Not a big deal. So side note, in my testing so far, it doesn't seem like the negative forces effect is currently working. I was not able to see any ward increases from taking cryo damage. I encourage others to test, see if it works, so we can report it to the Redux team, so they can get it working. But I was unable to see this actually functioning. Just bear in mind. Should have asked earlier, what's your Ghostblade setup in Redux? If you remind me after this run, I can do some more on it. But it's, you know, cap out Stabo tree. And then the second class kind of varies on what you want to do. Currently, it's Berserker, so that I can have more uptime on Agony. But there's good cases for going Blightcaller, good cases for going Clawbringer. It's definitely between one of those three for optimal Ghostblade. Depending on largely which ward you'd like to use. And how particular you want to be about applying soak to yourself, I suppose. Testing was negative on that item. Good restraint, Pris. I'd like the Dreadwind. Reflect enchant. That'd be really nice, game. Can I have that? I don't think it wants to give me that. I appreciate the second chance even though I don't deserve it. Hey, you're aware at least. Unlucky. Back to what we started with. It's nice that you can still track the reroll count. I've rerolled this item 91 times, 92 now. For reference on the bird playthrough, level 21 just beat Banshee without blowing up the ocean. Wow, yeah. That's fast leveling. You'll have your capstone, like, soon. That's awesome. Capstones and playthroughs are just so much fun in this game. Like Storm Smite, Blood of the Fallen, Exiblade. They're all just really good.
Someday, I'll marry a beautiful prince or princess, doesn't matter which, and I'll be a benevolent leader, beloved by all, with a castle and everything. Eyes on the prize, friend. Eyes on the prize.
What Burr my secondary for Ghostblade, was wondering if it'd be worth. Burr's just good at feeding formula into anything, really. Like, peak damage for Ghostblade in Redux is going to be Clawbringer as the second class, like, for sure. It's awkward to play, because if you want to play around Agony while being a Clawbringer, you're gonna go down a lot, which is fine, because, you know, you can still control Ghostblade while you're down, as long as you already have one out. But Clawbringer is going to give you the most damage. Blightcaller is going to be tanky and like the smoothest experience, and Burr is just good at a bit of everything. Burr is probably the least gear dependent of the options there. Okay, that's not happening. Whatever, it's fine. Special event. Have to start a new game once Redux is running. Can I load an old character? You can load an old character. Just keep in mind there's some items and stuff that are not going to have roles that they're supposed to. Because some were overwritten for Redux's sake, for example. And some passes are weighted in ways that they don't work in Redux anymore. But yeah, you can use an old character. Like, this is an old character, for example, that I'm using right now.
I can cast again.
I'm gonna try not to screw around too much, but I do want the containers. So this is not quite a speed run, but this is a... we're trying not to go slow run. Getting what containers I can remember the locations of reasonably. Because they make a huge difference with your crystal output, in Redux in particular. Trust in magic, hell yeah. Best scene in any landscape's not even close. Blowing up the ocean's so satisfying. Amnesia build. Oh, no voice lines. You miss the mail system? I do. I do. Just tap feeding the bunnies and smacking them seems to give more loot. You think doing a fully charged pull is maybe not the play? I'll have to try that with boss runs. Strong possibility. Definitely full feed gives like 5 or 6, others still gives the 16 total. Cool. That's good to know. Counterintuitive, but good to know. Blowing up the ocean is BO2 nostalgia done right? Absolutely. Taking a throwaway thing mentioned earlier and turning it into a set piece. That's how you do it. Instead of endlessly revisiting something, you took something that deserved to be fleshed out and fleshed it out. That's good writing. I maintain that the Wonderlands writers just Peak of what Gearbox has ever put out. They knew what they were doing. Get that team on all future projects. Let Sam Winkler cook. Let him do his thing. Lynn and Sam, yeah. This is another conundrum that I've been thinking about. So like, I want to switch from Banshee to Big Ounce because Big Ounce has like 400 more base damage, and I get the splash radius increase. But I'd be critting less. It wouldn't be critting as hard, and I wouldn't get the Banshee's projectiles. So it's like a trade-off sort of thing. Which means they balanced the Big Ounce well. I do recall they did have to nerf it a little bit. But it still feels... you know, like you have to think about it. That's an example of a good mod implemented item. If it's not like an immediate, hey, this is no-brainer, you use this thing, but if it's, hey, where does this fit in? And I know that might sound at odds with my opinion on how a lot of the Pearl items are balanced, but that's just, it proves that it's a fine line to walk. Like, you want an item to feel worth using and interesting and get your build crafting juices flowing. You don't want it to replace the build crafting system. Like, you don't want a Buffmeister situation where it's, well, this is obviously gonna be optimal, but it's not fun. Like, you never want that. I think so far a lot of the Redux items have successfully hit that good middle ground. There's a couple that I think could use some reworks, like the Omega Rush. Cool concept, it's just not a good item. That's where yellow is. Okay. Torg really helped Tina pad out her campaign, otherwise it'd just been 20 minutes of being on a boat. Huh, I didn't know you could do that. You can stagger Nightmare out of that animation too. What's wrong with the Goblin Repellent replacement? Was that the Artery? I picked one up from a vendor. It doesn't... like, what does it do on shot? Anything interesting? I know it has a big blade, but not a bigger blade than the SMG I'm holding right now, so... and this SMG lets me get shell casing ring uptime. weak enough. Better. I had the wrong ring on. The fusion with ability crit chance, ability damage, gun damage. Melee damage, all damage, fire rate. Leave me alone. Being rude. What a Gold Rush replacement that runs on Chaos Crystals. That'd be really fun. That'd be pretty cool. Dreadwind's so satisfying. It's just good. Simply a good action skill. It's one of those that gets a bad rap because if you, say, slot in Dreadwind as soon as you start a Berserker on a fresh playthrough, it's not going to be very impressive because you don't have any of the formula stuff it needs. But, like, it's good. Just requires that burr power, that area damage, that ability damage. Benefiting from action skill active effects. The fact that Dreadwind gives movement speed means if you have it with an Amnesia, it gives you mo damage. And the fact that it swings at that fixed 4-a-second tick rate. And is able to hit multiple enemies for that 4-a-second. Let's say you're hitting 2 enemies. 8 hits a second. You got Contagion going, you got Alchemical Agent going. It's distributing a lot of damage. Let's say you have crossbolts in that enemy and do some Barbaload stuff. It goes crazy. Dreadwind's real good. I know where the other containers are, but they take time. I think maybe not going Agony is also good because it would make my Amnesia dot, like, murder me. Wow, that was a fast room. Confused whether I like the fixed attack speed of Dreadwind or not, because it kind of forces you into Big Sword. It's nice to cover different areas, because, like, you have Ghostblade, which makes you look at it, but then you have the other action skills which don't have you look at it. But Dreadwind and Ghostblade look at your card damage. So they each favor different kinds of melee weapons. Whereas Cleansing Flames and Storm Dragon's Judgment don't look at the base damage at all, or the element. So you look primarily at the crit stats. I think it's good to have a mix. Which censoring Big Sword? What happened? I missed it. Does the profanity filter actually grab that? Because I don't have that on. Marks it sexually explicit? Wow. Of course it does. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the bonus. Whoopsie. Wager of Wars, thank you for the Prime in the 2 months. Keep up the great work. Positivity towards this game's refreshing.
There you go, Quack.
Keep up the great work. Your positivity toward this game is refreshing.
That means a lot to me to hear. You have no idea. Thank you so much. I do my best to explain why there are people who really love this game. No, I feel it gets more hate than it deserves. Not perfect, but nothing is. But I'll do my best to continue doing that. Thank you so much for the support. Say there's a variety, but it's 3 pickaxes and a banshee. In Redux, Big Ounce has a claim to Dreadwind. That's something to consider. And like, sometimes it's great axe over pickaxe, especially with how awe works in Redux. I think there might be more great axe situations than pickaxe, provided you're a clawbringer. Because another reason why Great Axe shines even more is more crit damage is good. Because crit damage as a whole is nerfed in Redux. Hey, cat. Stop fighting. You too. Do I have the thing here? No, I don't. Okay, you stopped. I got there it is. A can of compressed air that's completely empty, but they still hate the sound of it. So I use that to stop them from fighting. Shoot, always hated that shit too. Holy accuracy, Batman. Nicer weathers make the kitties feisty. That it is. Which keybind do I have that on? I have that. Hugs control. Big hugs, buddy. Aim was perfectly off target. That's exactly what you guys come here for. It's exactly the content that I promise every single stream. Am I wrong? How you doing, Prince Old School? Love every bit of it. I'm glad. I won't have Amnesia active here because I don't think Zomboss will hit me. My own strikes expiring hit me. Turned on Amnesia. Beautiful. What are you doing, cat? What are you meowing at? Yeah, you. You're the cat. Look at this cat. Every time I do, I talk to chat. Bilingual bonus. Strikes can hit you? Yeah. The explosion when they end. You can see that. That's another way you can get them to hit you. Type of witchcraft did I just witness? Which part? Us killing the boss or the boss not moving? killing the boss. Ah, this is Dreadwind. Dreadwind is monstrous. Dreadwind does insane amounts of damage. As you can see, it just plowing through everything. It's just you gotta have the right setup behind it. Dreadwind's one of the biggest examples of, like, how damage formula can affect something. Because, like, if we look at it here, Dreadwind is melee damage that's increased by ability damage that takes the element of your melee weapon that looks at the base damage value of your melee weapon that can crit. But its base damage is only 45.5% of your melee weapon. So a lot of people look at that and be like, well, why would I not just swing my melee weapon? Because your regular melee weapon doesn't get area damage increases, which Berserker has in Tree, and you can also get on armor. Your regular melee swing doesn't get ability damage. Class power. Yeah, Berserker class power, as you can see up here, increases Dreadwind. So you get a lot of extra things from your skill tree and your gear that'll help that. So Dreadwind out of the box doesn't seem impressive, but when you get all of these formula things, and then you grab something like Alchemical Agent, which makes it so every melee crit applies a really big dot, and we're able to crit 4 times per enemy per second with Dreadwind, the damage really gets crazy. So we just apply even more formula through things like the Soaked debuff, through crossbolts. Melee crossbolts do a lot for your melee builds. Through holding a weapon with a big blade, and this is a 40% blade for melee damage. Selective Amnesia giving us a ton of global damage when we take damage. So magic, math. Good old math. That's what I said? Oh yeah, pretty much the same thing, honestly. You got a point there. Are all items changed on their cards? Because the last one I assumed was normal. Do I need specific ones? You might have to be a little more specific, Platinum Meal. What do you mean? If you're referring to Chaos Tiers are not active in Redux on gear. So, like, you see how these rings are Ascended Volatile? That's not a thing in the mod. They're just giving me the stats that normal ones would. You can see because the melee damage is the same on both of these, despite them being different tiers. It's just those tiers only show up because they're items I had from before I had Redux installed. So like, let's say a fixed parts item, like a Tooth Raider. Every Tooth Raider you get at level 40 is the same. No need to worry about Chaos Tiers. Every single Tooth Raider, if you are level 40, the same. On a Mage Staff in the Chamber was normal. Are you referring to Element? Because Mage Staff can roll in normal or dark magic, and I don't know how it actually affects that item because the fissures are always dark magic, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how that actually affects that item. I guess maybe just the hit itself would be either normal or dark magic. New wording on items, just like the descriptions. It's just to tell you where the item comes from and how to get it. And like what exactly it does. Tells me where it comes from, not where it goes. We need an item called Cotton Eye Joe. Cryo Old God, yes please. Holy sway. First day playing Redux, just checking I've got everything correct. Yeah, no, you're good. Feel free to ask away. If I don't know the answer to something, I will try to direct you to someone who does. And chat can also help you out. You're all good. Don't feel bad about asking questions. Already get that song in my head. Blame Mr. Sean. Woolier George. Nice. That was a satisfying Dreadwind spin. Unfortunately, Freezecles is like, hi, I see all your cryo damage. That's cute. Any health files around here? A worthy opponent. There we go. Record I have been to Cotton Joe's about 8 times. Pretty cool place, Drink Sir Matt. Didn't know that was a real place. Gotta be honest. The Blackjack Visage. Rah rah ooh la la. Oh, now that song's stuck in my head. That's rude. So, like, we have to agree that if Joker 2 doesn't have Poker Face somewhere in it, they just drop the ball, right? Like, that's just a mistake. Why that song of all songs? Because it's a banger. If you're asking about for the movie, it's because Lady Gaga is playing Harley Quinn in the Joker movie. So, like, Joker, Poker Face, it's her song. It's perfect. It's perfect. They have to do it. Did I grab the one up there? I did. Both proud of y'all and shaking my head at the exact same time. What a mood. Joker face. Demolition Sphere, you just walked away. There's so many they could do with that, yeah. So you're gonna do a musical number? I don't know how true it is, but like people were saying when the movie first got like announced that it's a musical. I don't know how true that is. That could have been a meme. But I fully expect at least one musical number. Just no Gwen Stefani cameo, please. Yeah, we could do without that. Oh, come on, PC. You can handle this. Hated the first one? Really? I quite liked it. What about it didn't do it for you? If you don't mind me asking, Viper. Weirdly enough, like all pretty much just how they did the character, what he did, etc. It's easiest to think of it as like, yeah, it's definitely the least Joker-like Joker. But like, the way I look at that is if they had not labeled it as a Joker movie, if it hadn't been set in Gotham and all that stuff, then people would have been like, look, it's blatantly a Joker ripoff. Listen, I want to like his movies, but I see him and only think of, oh yeah, Joaquin, yeah. I see that too, for sure. That's the risk you run when you're a really good actor. If you do one really good role, people have trouble seeing you in any other role. Like, obviously, if you've seen Gladiator, Joaquin Phoenix is most likely that guy for you. I have trouble thinking of anything other than Platoon when I see Willem Dafoe. What are some other things like that? Much to his chagrin, Daniel Radcliffe and Harry Potter, you know. Or longevity in a role can do that, yeah. If you play the same role for an extended period of time, people have trouble seeing you as anything else. Liked it, also like the new Batman. Me too. Looking forward to the next Batman movie. I can't not think of Lovely Bones when I see Stanley Tucci. It makes me very upset. Ooh, that is a rough association to have. Yeah. I never saw the movie, but I know the book. So, yeah, that's a rough one. Ooh, David Tennant and Kilgrave. Like, I grew up with... David Tennant was the Doctor. Doctor Who when I was a kid, so, like, that was my first association. But I know a lot of people who, after they saw Jessica Jones, they can't look at David Tennant without being like, you motherfucker. Because he did a really good job as a real piece of shit. Didn't like Jonah Hill for the longest time because of Superbad. Huh. That's an interesting one. Neil Patrick Harris. Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris is his How I Met Your Mother character for me, unfortunately. Even though he's fantastic in, like, everything else he does. Him playing himself in Harold and Kumar was, like, he was still playing his How I Met Your Mother character. So it was still, like... Doogie Howser for me if I'm old. Yeah, I'm familiar with Doogie Howser. Yeah, it's one of those slight generational things. Yeah. He's Doogie to me. He is to... I think anyone over the age of 30, he's Doogie Howser to you. And then anyone in their 20s, he's more likely Barney Stinson. Tried White Castle for the first time because of Harold and Kumar. What were your thoughts on that, Charles? Did it live up to it, or were you just like, oh, they were definitely high? Think I need to smoke before I go next time? Yeah, yeah. Pricey in small portions. You get White Castle like frozen in your local grocery store. That's pretty good. But like actually going to a White Castle, that's probably a pass for me. You're like 12 when it came out. McLovin means nothing to you. Ah, I know Superbad. I know Superbad. That era of movie and like Superbad and Juno and that stuff. Strangely, I heard the frozen White Castle is better than actual White Castle. Huh. I guess it's one of those like certain kinds of foods are better as leftovers to certain people. Like when you reheat. Oh yeah, Celissa being level 50 here. So, make no mistake, the longer runs make a huge difference on time to kill on bosses. Because this Dreadwind build with 0 difficulty whatsoever kills Celissa before she attempts to do her second phase, like in one spin. But because of the length of the special event run, she's a lot tankier. And I like that. I think that's cool. Level 50? Yeah. I did, bosses ever got that high? Uh-huh. I did, some raid bosses earlier, and Gloop took me a while. Level 50 Gloop is, tanky. I still think that, overall, if we had to quantify, like, easier or harder, that, max difficulty Redux is easier than, you know, Vanilla Chaos 100. But the bosses do end up getting tankier at absolute peak. So it likely depends on what kind of build you're doing. Like, gun builds are probably fucking miserable against the raid bosses at 50, I'm gonna be honest. But for, like, spell melee builds, it just takes a little longer, isn't really harder. Hey, son, how you doing? McDonald's burger always better the day after. I don't think I've ever saved a McDonald's burger like that. Okay, here we go. We did this 20 minutes faster than the earlier special event run we did. 35 minutes, 50 seconds. After the chest, we should have 22k crystals. What do you mean next day? Yeah, I've never saved McDonald's for another day, so I would not know. Except for melee weapons. Peak McDonald's burgers, 2 a.m. I have many fond memories of going to get a McChicken back when it was on the dollar menu, RIP. At like 2 a.m., yeah. Oh, don't forget to only tap, right. Yeah, yeah. Good call. So apparently the trick, ooh, that's an Echo Storm Surge, I needed that. Apparently the trick to bunnies and Redux is you put a little bit in and then you hit them. Maybe more than that. We're gonna need a bigger sample size to test this, but it would not surprise me if that worked out to be the case. Like, of course, now that I've said it out loud and that we've talked about it, it doesn't appear to be the case. Only tap once very fast. Ah, so like... That's only spinning out one item at a time. It's a good way to get purples that way, though. $1 McChicken and sweet tea nostalgia. Those are the times. Any Fate Breakers in here? Also spits out legendaries. I think it's just world drop rate kicking in for you there. But I think there might be some sort of strategy to that nonetheless. I think you are onto something. That only a 150 Great Axe? That's low. That's probably the strat for boss runs. Just do the abbreviated pulls. But then when you have this many crystals, you just gotta do the normal thing. Because you just have so many. Y'all get any more of those Fate Breakers? Hard to get perps out of Redux bunnies, but a bit better and more viable to look for with tiny taps. Yeah. How you doing, Mr. Steel? $19,140 fire pickaxe with warrior. It's worth picking up. All good here, just getting ready for work. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, there's a Fate Breaker. Non-Ellie. 11 crit chance, though. Pick it up. Super tired of the library, nodding off the computer. I haven't been to a public library in so long. I used to spend so much time there as a teenager. Yes, I'm a nerd. That was an accident. Oopsie. Let's set a different bunny for now. Good here. I was just homeless. It's a warm place. Get some extra sleep if needed. I'm sorry to hear about situation difficulties on your end, Fire Gaming. But yeah, it's definitely serves a purpose, a necessary one. Libraries are a big societal W. No plan, so I'm good. Glad to hear. What was I gonna do next? More Ghostblade? I haven't done Hammer in special event. Do that. Do Ghostblade. Cat. You picked the most inefficient way to go from there to there. It's like, yeah, instead of going around, I'm gonna go over the top of your chair. Cool. Once heard a take that the end of Black Panther 1 was the equivalent of building a library, though I think I tried to gaslight me that's somehow a bad thing. Wow. What a violently racist hill to die on. Like, what? How is that a bad thing? That take lives in my head rent free. That's amazing. That person's the worst kind of shitty person. The kind of person who genuinely does not know that they're just the worst. Because, like, it's a bit backwards, but a lot of shitty takes like that are people intentionally being garbage. Like, they know they're just fucking evil. They don't care. But the people who are so detached from reality that they don't understand what they're doing, that's depression right there. That is nightmare fuel. Let's just spell run. Some days I just wake up mad. Yeah, I see why. So we got an agony on this save as well. This will just function like a Curse Wit, but without the ranged requirement. So we should get some pretty good value out of this on like the Trickster Ice Spikes. Reminds me of a BoJack quote I always go back to. I still need to watch more BoJack. I watched like the first 2 seasons forever ago. And I want to watch more. It was too sad for me to continue at the time. Not understanding that you're a horrible person doesn't make you less of a horrible person. Right. Doesn't get happier. Yeah, I didn't think it would. but maybe I'm in a better position to handle that now, is my thought process. Build looks sick. Yeah, this is pretty standard Deadshot spellcasting. But currently using dual-wielded repeating Trickster's Ice Spikes, because these are just the mobbing spell. Great example of a viable purple, if people are ever asking for viable purples. Repeating cast Trickster's Ice Spikes. They are unholy. Hey, Micro, thank you for the 10 months. I had to tab over so my resolution would let me see that number. Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. How you doing? Found another one? You did. Doing well, how about you? Doing pretty well, can't complain. Can't complain. BoJack definitely in my top 3 animated shows of all time. Many tears have been shed. I gotta finish it one day. They're not holy, they're holy. They're unholy. They have no holes. They create holes. But they don't have any of their own. Oh, I didn't get the statue. I killed too many enemies. Whoopsie. Trickster Ice Spike moment. Wonder if I can I get away with that? Aha! Stonks. Yeah, we can go nullify. That's fine. Spent like 4 months trying to get in contact with this one mod who banned me from game community to some bad blood. We worked it out, let's me back in. Another mod banned within an hour. Sent one single message because he didn't like me. Play my obscure fighting game, man. Oof. That's rough. That's rough. On a legendary is finding the chamber of anything new besides the new color skill tree stuff. I'm so confused. What do you mean anything new? Like, do they not have the descriptions here that tell you special ability dedicated source? No? It seems like you might have not installed the mod correctly then? Would be my guess. I couldn't tell you for sure, but that's my guess. Oh, step by step. Oh yeah, Mr. Sean helped you out on stream. Best advice I could give at this point, Platinum Meal, is the Redux Discord server. And see if maybe anyone else has had your problem, and if so, how they resolved it, if they did. To launch the game, close it, and launch it again for all this stuff to be correct. Yeah, maybe try that. When in doubt, turn it off and on again. Still slamming after dashing till I close restarted. Could be that then. Wonderlands Redux fun. Hated BL3 Redux, maybe Wonderlands Redux is better. I did not care for a lot of the stuff done in BL3 Redux, and I absolutely love Wonderlands Redux. I think Wonderlands Redux is, like, seamless enough to basically feel like an expansion to Wonderlands. Sync from Cloud? Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Do not use Cloud Sync. Turn that off. Turn that off. Wonderlands Redux is quite good, Micro. I enjoy it immensely. I think BL3 Redux lost too much of what BL3 did well, and I think Wonderlands Redux just enhances what's here. Wish we could get on console. It's kind of a shame that that won't be happening. Yeah. But what we can hope for is for the next Wonderlands title to be more fully realized. So we won't be in need of a Redux, you know? Thank you, Skeep. BL3 Redux felt like BL2 players remade BL3. Wonderlands Redux looks like proper overall. I really enjoy Wonderlands Redux micro. It's quite good. Yeah, you're gonna want to go back and not have any sort of cloud anything on Platinum Meal. That's pretty important. I can tell you that much. Because even if it doesn't have major effects, cloud syncing and stuff can have minor effects. Like, it's caused people to lose items in Redux. It's caused people to lose items in vanilla as well, honestly. Just big thing with Lands games is don't use cloud saving. Unless you're using it specifically to overwrite something. Like how PlayStation players can simulate read-only farming. If you didn't have a previous save file, is cloud stuff still a problem? I'd say it's still a liability. I'd say still turn it off to be safe. Because also, if you didn't have a previous file, then it's not doing anything for you. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Platinum Meal. Installation of Redux, just like put two things in two folders. I don't know what you're talking about. I am not good tech support, I apologize. When I get to Epic Games Store to open it, it says your game is still running. Your Wonderlands is still running. Someone say Godfall? Godfall is a huge W. I wish more people had given it a chance after it got post-launch support. Like, Godfall put out banger Redux level free updates. Just like, stealthily. They're like, yeah, surprise, massive patch today that just implements 3 new gear systems and 2 new ways of acquiring gear. For free. Bye. It's just crazy. Godfall devs definitely woke up at like 3 AM just jonesing to improve their game, so they just went and fucking did it all the time. Of course, this is definitely a situation where, you know, they had a publisher that just let them do cool shit to the game. That is something to account for. Like, one gripe with Godfall, it's the Exalted update made base game too easy. Well, as someone who, like, never really properly got Exalted ready on more than, like, one setup, I haven't experienced that as of yet. But yeah, it could just be maybe some difficulty in between Ascended and Exalted stuff would have been nice. Because I imagine once you get comfy on Exalted, it's like you have to nerf yourself to have any challenge anywhere else. And that can be, it feels bad. Well, sure, just go, hey, here's the thing, that thing's OP for base game, it's the thing you rely on, or Exalted. It's real weird. Oh. Yeah, I guess. I see what you mean. That's not ideal. What did I just pick up? Double amp. Nice. I swear I've seen way more double roll shields in Redux, like purples. I'm gonna start looking at every one that drops, just to confirm this. Trickster Ice Spikes. Once again, because I said something, we're probably going to stop seeing double rolls. But I swear, been seeing a lot. Not ideal. Doing all side quests, I go in Redux, going to clear 40 way before I even get to the Pyramid. I'm almost 35 and crack mass, like 3 zones to go. Yeah, I like that you don't need to stop to level with the Redux XP curve. Cat, what are you doing over there? What's your deal today? When I go to Chaos Chamber, it says Chaos 8 needed for Pearls. Doesn't let me accept it. Button's gray. Have you done the Chaos Trials? And what Chaos level are you on now? Complete everything 100? Okay, what Chaos level are you on? Should actually apply Soaked here. Ah, yes. Take, equip left, equip right. Thank you, Wonderlands UI. Redux Trials to Redux Trials. You don't need to do Redux Trials either. If you're already on Chaos 100, you already have Chaos 10 unlocked. It says 10, then you don't need to do the Trials. Why are you trying to do the Trials to unlock difficulty levels you already have? place, seen her mention pearls or something. Yeah, because pearls are a new Redux feature. It's just telling you what chaos level you have to be on to like see pearls in your game. As long as you're on 8 or higher, you can see pearls. That's simple. And since you're already on 10, you're good. Since enemy HP is starting to go up here, let's do some Wicked Gossip real quick. See how hard these go. Smack myself in the face. Ah, you're overthinking. Don't worry about it, Platinum. You're overthinking. That's your problem here. I think your installation problems are also you overthinking. Yeah, we've all been there. Nothing to be ashamed of. Oh yeah, Wicked Gossip still goes crazy. Except you can zoom around. Hey Poison, how you doing? Good to see you. Wicked Gossip, Puddles, double dips. Puddles are non-player damage, so they're as cursed as double dips, but the ricochets are double dips. So yes, this spell just kind of does it all. Puddles like any other puddles. Yeah, all puddles are cursed in this game. The ricochets are double dips. Right, Jake? Jake agrees. Started Spellshock Greatborn, taking a little break. How are you? I'm doing great. Enjoying Redux. I'm playing my Spellshock Greatborn right now. We're doing the special event run. Oh, we have a cat. This is a cat. Testing out how the Agony Pearl Shield, Pearl Ward, I keep saying shield, feels on this build. And it feels pretty good. I need to try this in Hexecutioner flavor, it's just survivability is going to be a concern. Channel Boy Redeemer, we watch Jake make muffins on your keyboard. How's your day, Jake? Netflix Witcher showed a poster for season 3. All the replies are, shame this is the final season. Yeah, no one's gonna watch. Well, that's an exaggeration, but viewership is gonna tank for beyond the 3rd season. I feel like they know that. Also, hi, how you doing, Raid? Like, they have to know that. Cats are very vocal today. Yeah, they are. They've done the series so dirty. on some level they're self-aware and on some level they're not, because like when one of the showrunners is roasting their lead for being enthusiastic about the lore, that's not self-awareness. But like they have to know how people feel about them with all the backlash from all the reporting on that. So like they have to be aware of that now. Like, for anyone who's in the dark on that, one of the showrunners of the Netflix Witcher series was roasting Henry Cavill for, like, wanting to work off of the source material and being very adamant about pushing back against things that he thought fans wouldn't receive well. And sure enough, he was fucking right. But, like, they made fun of him for being enthusiastic about his job. It's pretty cringe. It's pretty fucking cringe. Platinum Mill, you didn't install it correctly. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. If you didn't install it correctly. Like, if you're not seeing any tooltips changed, you did not install the mod correctly. Redux Discord is gonna be your saving grace here. Or, you said Stone Swan helped you on his stream. If the VOD of that is available, maybe go back through that and see if you missed a step in that process. But one of the two things was not installed correctly, either the pack file or the hotfix. So it's a two-step thing. As she says it's the hotfix, I'm inclined to agree. Obviously it's a guess, not being able to see what you see, but I think that'd be a solid conclusion. Witcher subreddit is alternate. Look at this amazing ABC and Witcher game, usually 3. This fucking show. Oof. It's classic Hollywood nonsense is what it is. No honey, go and act like good boy publical like we tell them. Like, it's a lot of hubris to it, isn't it? Like, I'm not saying kowtow to everything fans want you to do, because that's how you also end up with just garbage. But, like, as Priz said, Henry Cavill's a nerd. Like, he has an ear to the pulse on this kind of stuff. And the Netflix Witcher showrunner is not understanding that he was a large part of the engagement drive for the show. Big misstep on their part. The FPS killer build. Hey Vibes, how you doing? You can convince nerds to like stuff they don't know about. You can't convince them what their nostalgia remembers is the wrong take. True. Literally changed its voice to sound more like Geralt from the games because he knew fans will like that. Yeah, because he's an actor by trade. And he's a good one at that. He's a good actor who also just has a lot of artistic integrity. In, like, every role, he tries to, like, become a character whenever he can. He's really good at it. I really hope all this publicity around the Witcher stuff and the Superman stuff gives him more opportunity to take roles he's enthusiastic about and gets him more offers, because, like, he's a good actor. He's just needs more roles. At least the Warhammer show will be peak. He's, is he a showrunner on that, Etchy? great in Mission Impossible. Yeah, he was fantastic in that. He was a great Superman, of course. There was another thing that I've been told he's really good in. I don't remember what it is. It's like some Mad Men type vibes. I've seen a couple clips of him in it. If anyone knows, let me know so I can go watch that. I feel like I need this build in my life. This is good old just peak Deadshot casting. This is exactly what we're talking about when we mentioned that gun builds just don't hold a candle to spell builds in this game, because you can just pew pew like this with a lot of different spells and get real good results. Think he's a showrunner? He's a producer, cool. Today's age actors between 25 and 40, all a lot in modern pop culture, and at least most of the boys have seen some anime. I don't know about all that, but there's definitely some that I feel go above and beyond to make something people can really latch onto. And that's not exclusive to younger actors. There's some, like, veterans to the industry that have kind of always been like that, to some extent. You see it in, like, the stunt department with Tom Cruise, and the dude's fucking out of his gourd, but, like, dedicated to his craft. So I'll say that much. You can tell between how enthusiastic he is for stunt work, and also, a big thing that happened that earned a lot of points for me is, during early pandemic. You guys probably saw this, this go viral, but he was screaming at someone who was violating, COVID regs on set, and, like, the reason he was doing that was, he specifically said, these people here have to feed their families, and you're risking shutting this whole shit down. Like, pretty based. Nick Cage is a fun one. Yeah, Nick Cage, everything Nick Cage does is just fun. Has anyone seen that new movie? What is it, Renfield? The Dracula one? Based, but also Scientology. Yeah, like I said, he's out of his gourd. But I enjoyed that particular interaction. Heard Renfield is fun. I heard mostly good things. I want to see it. It was one of those movies that, like, months ago, you know when you're just scrolling YouTube and you get an unskippable ad, but it's a movie trailer, so sometimes you just decide to watch it? It was one of those for me. Level 50 Celissa do be tanky. Kinda surprised she's not dead. I gotta get my Agony on. There's a show called The Tudors, but that's in medieval England, I think. Is that what you're referring to? No, it's something more new. There's Agony. Dear Agony. Yeah, make no mistake, chat. Level 50 Celissa is fucking tanky. I could probably laser hand her pretty quickly, but we're in this deep. Fire double knot. Yeah, better results. More problems with Celissa hugging the arena walls all the time. She'll only do that if you position yourself in a certain way. 100% of Celissa positioning problems are caused by player positioning. Hey, nice ricochet. Cool. That was that. How long did that take? 31 minutes. Far fewer crystals that time because I did not hit as many containers. Worth noting. Just a couple containers, big impact. Main problem is she doesn't pick me up. Bonk. Bonk. Sir. Ah, nothing from the chest. That's tragic. Yeah, Frostburn. Getting Frostburn from bunnies is real cool, because it's... Frostburn and Hellfire have a lot of different part iterations they can have, so it's hard to get a good one. But them being here is real nice. The same way as Vesper. Well, of course. Don't we all? Are there any other melees that are better than Banshee for Exeblade and AA? Big Ounce in Redux has the highest base damage. So you would get the largest Exeblades off of that. It's just... it'll depend on whether or not your crit stats factor in, and also you'd probably have to do the math on whether that outstrips you having a Banshee with a crit part. Because Banshee can be 120 crit damage, whereas Big Ounce can only be 100. So I don't know how that maths. But it would be the biggest non-crit Exeblade you can have would be Big Ounce. Whether or not it's still bigger after a crit, that requires math. We're gamers, she's a big menacing woman, it writes itself. That's true. Deep down, all a gamer wants is for a very powerful woman to beat the shit out of them. It's what unifies everyone. Don't tell me I'm projecting. Just let this one go. Hey Florio, how you doing? Be a first BL3 raid with the crit on Amara? Let's go. Congrats, Roach. Most likely Banshee will still be better, since Big Ounce is lower, crit damage and rate. Right, it'll depend on whether or not you're in from the shadows. Like, Big Ounce is most likely to do well if you're in from the shadows. And then even then, would require math. Banshee still seems like a good play, but Big Ounce has the splash radius thing, which could come in. Like, if you're running around throwing Smithy's Ire in from the shadows, then maybe Big Ounce. It all depends. All depends on what you're doing. I like that it's competitive. build you're rocking currently. Oh, I did say I'd go over it. Yeah, this is a just a dedicated spellcaster build, most similar to Ancient Runes Spellsplosion, if you want like a YouTube video on that. I have a bunch of butt styling buffs, so let me do the look at the build thing once we're back in the main chamber room. Give me 1 minute. Do I get annoyance on ball card stuff? Yes, redeem it again. Redeem it again. The first one you get is fixed parts, no annoyance, and then any further redemptions will be randomized parts and can have annoyance. Hey Pico, been considering Big Ounce for Blast Shield focus setup, just big ass AoE. Yeah, it seems like a good use. That was a non-LE one, Mr. Adblock. I looked at it. Yeah, Spell Shot down to high thread count, and then Graveborn down to Capstone. Graveborn Capstone is because every spellcast you'll then be getting, you'll be keeping Essence Drain active, which is a lot of cooldown. But you'll also be having a chance to trigger Dark Hydras, and having more Dark Hydras is more Faithful Thralls, which is a lot of good damage formula you'd otherwise have limited access to. But you're also building a stack of Ascension every time you cast. Ascension is the second biggest source of spell damage in the entire game, second only to Spell Weaving. So stacking this up quickly and keeping it at peak without needing to get a bunch of kills is just really, really ideal. It's one of the reasons why you go for this. But you also get Blast Gasp going this route, which is just another good outlet of damage. And you get Double Knot from your armor. That's the big thing with this particular skill tree configuration. You want an armor with as many points in Double Knot as possible. Second priority on that armor being having area damage. But yeah, Double Knot, area damage is peak armor for spellcasting in this way. And the reason why Double Knot is really good is because we can apply gun formula to it. Double Knot gets gun damage. It crits as a gun would if it crits. So holding a Hyperius crossbow barrel sniper rifle gives it a really strong crit formula. We can get sniper crit damage along with spell crit damage on our rings for even more formula. It just works out really nicely. And there's a lot of spells you can run with this kind of setup. That run I used Trickster Ice Spikes and Wicked Gossip, but you can use Laser Hand, which everyone knows absolutely slays. Arcane Bolts are quite good. Lots and lots of other things. Twisters are really good here. Just good spellcasting setup. Not super gear dependent. You just need decent spells and then Double Knot armor, and everything else kind of just falls into place. Pat, do not try to jump on my desk. Don't do it. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll do like one more run with another build. I'll be right back. Sorry for the delay. Feeding cats. Yeah. There it is. Usually when Jake starts crawling all over everything is cause he's hungry. Okay. What do we play next? Did some Ghost Wave. Didn't do Hammer Throw through a special event. Could do that. Yeah, let's do the thing. Need better Fate Breakers. One more special event run. Other stuff I want to build around. Thinking maybe next time we do either Blizzard or Pog Totem, see how far we can take those. That Gyre gun build. Got that in the pipeline as well. Gotta figure out exactly what classes I want to do with that. Because there's the option of going Stabbo and then taking Capstone, doing like From the Shadows Augment, Exi Blade. I don't know. Gyre max and max size setup. Yeah, because Spore and Redux in particular can just get a ton of sustainability. But we also noticed that Fieltios give a ton of max size. Now, Furior the most, but you also get a lot on Hyperius. So a couple Fieltios, some deep Spore Tree investment. I shouldn't have taken a curse here. Oh well, we have Nullify. It's fine. It's maybe fine. Thank you, Fatebreaker. Oh, it didn't save me for long, but it did briefly save me. Come on, Fatebreaker, I know you got me. I know you got me. Fatebreaker the GOAT. Check Wonderlands and Discord real quick for me? Sure. Please don't crash. Yep. Hang on. Accurate. But listen. We don't have to do that. We don't have to. We can just be cool. Mr. Inteleon. Mr. Delphox. That's gonna be next, right? Hope so. I gotta get my Golduck set up. Probably do that today. Maxing out mag size for Blackwater Gunslinger things. There you go. You still going? Yeah, we're doing one more run, Pragmatic. This isn't gonna be like a 9-hour stream or anything because I do have to like make dinner and stuff today. But I want to get in one more. Get to Showdown, no classes till next Monday. I'm down to Showdown tonight if you want to. I can show you that Grimmsnarl team I made. Okay, here's the sauce. I can explain it. I'll show you later. Grimmsnarl with a Mirror Herb and Swagger. And then it's got Drain Punch, Spirit Break, and Thief. So Thief goes crazy here because once your Mirror Herb's used up, you just take something else. And people aren't really expecting a Grimm to attack things, so they'll like leave their leftovers mon there. So you're like, oh cool, thanks for the lefties. And Prankster Swagger is funny, because as soon as you see a special attacker, it's like, no. And you get a Swords Dance out of it. Kinda sucks when people know you're gonna attack with a Grimm, but like, that's when you just don't lead Grimm. Asking out mag size for bigger TDR trucks and Wonderlands, the Pixies do more damage. Stop it. Stop it. We're gonna max out inferior mag size for bigger dots from lightning bolts. Does that actually end up being Frost Shiver? Frost Shiver dot chucks? Or is it Blade Caller? Puffmeister might help too. Why are you like this? Who did this to you? Might be Spore Blight. The thing with Spore is I'm worried about the free shot making chucking awkward. Because like, if you don't consume a bullet, you can't reload. But I guess you just don't spec that far anyway, huh? Hey, Jackaboy. Spec a Quiver and Spirit Swarm. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Regen might make it weird. especially with that amount of mag size, like you're gonna regen awkwardly. The mag size from Spore might genuinely not be needed with like how much we'd get elsewhere. Because before Amulet passive could still get like 110% before activating Field TO secondary conditions. Hey Ben, I've been good, Jackaboy. How are you? Trying out the Riveter and Trap Scouting build, so dumb. It's so good, right? Like, it's that good in vanilla already. It's just, you don't have the Gunslinger to shoot it ridiculously fast. Get down here. Pavlo, I mean, who sneezed? Sorry. I sneeze a lot. I apologize. Let's see, thank you. I like crit chance fusion. No. Maybe for Ghostblade. Spell that I just pick up. Pavlov's the right term there. Doesn't quite fit. But I get the idea. Ow. We gotta try max swing speed Fatebreaker. Like 10 Iron Squall, 3 haste. Which is bigger in Redux? What's Iron Squall per point when enraged? Anyone remember? Top of your head? %6 vanilla is the 12 total. Yeah, and unless it's bigger in Redux. Unless it's bigger in Redux, we still go 10 Squall. Oh, 6% when enraged. Oh, 6% when enraged, then. How's Redux? Stayed away from any leaks and just haven't seen much of it yet. Redux is really good. Really thoroughly enjoying. It's been getting, you know, long streams out of me every stream since it came out. So, what you do to increase survivability when using Ruby Spite for the Riveter? Better movement is really the answer on gun builds. If you're finding yourself in need of HP returns, then Body Rune, and, you know, get some kills. But the thing you can do on any gun build to survive longer, and the thing that's going to have the most impact, is your positioning. Avoid all avoidable damage, which is all damage in this game. And just make sure you're constantly moving. Moving is also damage if you're a spell shot, so there's that. Not spell shot if you're a Stabomancer. Like, see these coiled mages? They are the most threatening enemy in the game because they do a lot of damage. But with Redux movement, you can just move and they don't hit you, so it's fine. And vanilla movement is still the best way to avoid them. It's just you need more movement speed and you need to plan ahead better. Something that I really enjoyed Mr. NNG talking about on his stream is his decision to make the Chaos Trials enemies as like toxic, as oppressive as possible, to try to get people to actually adapt and think and use the movement that the mod provides. I think that was a really good design choice. So next time you see someone complaining about the exploding mushrooms and saying it's impossible, well, you've spotted someone who doesn't use movement. And it is the intention, the stated intention of the mod developer to get people to think. Fucking based, right? More difficulty in Mylands game? It's not as much difficulty as just like getting people to use the tools they're given. Every single character has double jumps and air dashes. Every single character, regardless of how much movement speed you have, what other survivability you have, that's a World Drop Pro. That's a negative force. You can just kind of avoid everything. Times 2 Gelatinous Cube? Yeah, it's an option. You look. I mean, it's a bad roll. And in my testing so far, the negative forces effect currently doesn't work. So... But yeah, World Drop Pro. Learning to position in combat game, unheard of. This is why 5 nerfs to Wastard was never the play, because those same people are having trouble in Redux when you get a double jump and an air dash, because the enemy was never the problem. The design of the enemy and the attacks was never ever the problem. It is the Lands player's desire to adapt to the circumstances of the fight they're in. That's it. That's all it's ever been. So, Redux Chaos Trials, by design, are, one, they're trials. You're supposed to overcome something to unlock something from them. And I'm glad that that's part of the creative vision. These aren't just things that I'm saying, these are things that Epic was saying on his stream yesterday. And that, like, you have advanced movement, use it. And I 1000% agree with that vision. I don't have any pro yet. Is there one you think I should go for first? I think the Agony is really, really good post-buff. I think Agony is one that is going to see use on a lot of builds. So perhaps that one. It was not very remarkable, and then they nerfed Curse Wit and buffed Agony. And now it's pretty good. Now this of course depends on if you're running a build where you're ever going to have an empty ward for an extended period of time. If not, then maybe not. But generally speaking, that's a good one to go for. Got it? Nice, Platinum Meal. I'm glad the situation's been corrected. Difficulty? Not my video game. How you doing, Irish? Gonna stick with Redux on PC purely for the fact they're gonna be updating it. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what else they do with the mod. Fatebreaker, you beast! Fatebreaker giving me all these hammer and anvil procs. That was a contagion one. Pick Nullify again? I sure did. Listen. I forget things. Armor versus lightning? Yeah. Lightning versus armor with Nullify on. Surge's Rat's pretty hilarious when paired with Battery Shield, amped up Blight Tree, so many lightning procs, go to the lightning buffs from Clawbringer. Full Battery is one of those things I need to try for myself, because people bring it up a lot and say that it does good damage, but I need to figure out for myself if it's actually the item or if they're attributing the success to the item when it's just the rest of their setup, because pieces of gear that do direct damage in this game, they don't have a very critical thing that Borderlands 3 had, which is scaling for higher difficulties, so they don't do much damage. Now, maybe, because you can trigger full battery a lot, it is still making up a decent percentage of your overall damage. But I'm honestly leaning towards people just downplaying the rest of their build, because full battery looks cool. Like, I think people should give themselves more credit build-wise. Unless it does something different than other items that deal direct damage. Like, if it's some sort of double dip, then sure. But if it's not, I'm kind of skeptical. Well, like I said, that's something I want to test on my own. I don't want to dismiss it. Because if I've not used it, I don't really have an educated take, just an educated guess. Quite certain it's the lightning damage increase from Clawbringer that makes it good. So yeah, it's the item itself, but Clawbringer, yeah, Storm Breath is a fantastic skill. I really like how interesting it is, because it makes you stress less about your gearing. There's like, gives you more paths towards good results. So for example, my amulet is fire damage. I don't have to feel bad that I'm using an amulet that can't get lightning damage, because I still get a percentage of that in my lightning damage. And it makes things like Dragon Aura and Whisper of Rot really nice, because you get 2 lightning bonuses. Storm Breath now makes Firebolt look boring. It kind of does, yeah. Firebolt's still a fantastic skill value-wise. So was Vanilla Storm Breath. But now Redux Storm Breath just kicks so much ass that it's like, by comparison, Resistance to Futile? Yeah. Yeah, Mr. David F. and Steele made a good comparison that, like, Redux Clawbringer basically got an Amara Purple Tree, because Resistance is Futile is Amara's Purple Tree capstone, and it's as amazing in that game. Your problem scrolling in the UI? Yeah, sometimes it's jank. Pragmatic. Lets me hate Celissa a little less. Yeah, Celissa, phase 2 drill. They wall you out a little bit less. And that's nice. Freezecles as well. But it'd also make lightning just a better element in general. Because lightning is like the most resisted element in this game. Ooh, this might be a death. Yeah, run that back. Gotta head out for the night later. Thanks for hanging out, Viper. I won't be going too much longer. I appreciate you being here. Lightning's like the most resisted element. It's got the highest positive matchup, but there's a bunch of enemies that just make it not practical to use. Oh, game? Game, you okay? So being able to turn off the resistance to it really goes a long way. Ouch. Need to Fate Break more aggressively. My game is not happy with me right now. You teleported right then. Bastard. Basically, is a tanky lad. I want to kill one of these cursed crabs to get Resistance is Futile active. Oof. Well, I can try now. There we go. That'll do it. There we go. Huge difference. Worth it. Only 12-hour stream today. No, I gotta cook dinner soon. Ooh, Ancient Cryo Big Ounce. Yes, please. What you cooking? Oh, we're doing hammer throw stuff. Fate Breaker, Hammer and Anvil. So we have a lot of melee hits happening, and it's very aggressive playstyle to live. Like, I need to land Fate Breaker birds to not get memed, and also to enable my damage. So it's very aggressive mid-range melee. And it's been very fun. Didn't jump high enough. Remember what shield you're running? Hammer and Anvil. When you take damage while your ward is full, it'll make a hammer that'll go out and hit a nearby enemy twice. And that hammer counts as melee damage. So it'll trigger alchemical agent, all that stuff. Said no 12-hour streams to cook dinner, did you not? Yeah. Yeah. I'll be finishing up very shortly. you cooking? I'm grilling some chicken. I'm going outside to touch grass and make some chicken. Scroll past some local music listings. There's an upcoming show with both All Thick and the Mommy Milkers. I love my town. Amazing. Truly a nexus of culture you have there, Nunu. Brutal Stampede with area damage, spell ability. I keep getting these very confused Brutal Stampedes that are like, I'm gonna boost every stat. Snapple Claw area. Sure. Redux adding new things is cool. I'm just happy we have a renewed focus on balance. Feels so good. Yeah, me too. I knew that was gonna happen. I didn't get enough healing in that window. That's something I'd need a way of doing. Like, getting actual healings tricky. I guess this is where Corrupted Plate Mail would make a lot of sense, huh? Do I need that? How would that affect the Fatebreaker birds? They're splash, so I feel like that'd lose a lot of damage. You get Brimming on a Hammer and Anvil? No, I don't think Hyperius rules Brimming, does it? Well, I think this one's just capacity and health anyway. Honking out loud. That's my answer. Super interested in Redux. Don't have a gaming PC. Just point me in the direction. Pre-made PC can handle Redux well. Now I'm not affiliated, but I've heard good things about Power GPU, and I know K6 has gotten a lot of PCs through them, and he's got some sort of affiliate link thing. So maybe you could check that out. I don't want to like speak for him, so maybe see if you can catch him during one of his streams or on Twitter or something. But I'm pretty sure he's got an affiliate thing. So maybe investigate that for pre-builds. I've heard good things. This is secondhand info, disclaimer, but that's something you could try. Thanks, man. Of course. Does it feel way better? It depends on, like, what areas of the game matter most to you, and what exactly you're gonna spend your time doing. Like, something to be very clear about is, this mod does not add what we consider more endgame content. It just refines what's there in a lot of areas. It's like, in the bounds of modding, they can't really feasibly do more endgame content, really. They can't, like, create new boss arenas and design, you know, multi-stage raid bosses, stuff like that. That's outside the realms of what is currently known to be possible and or feasible. But like, gear acquisition in general feels better. The combat has a bunch of extra new layers to it with the advanced movement, with the skill reworks, with some of the new items introduced. It feels like Wonderlands, but with a new coat of paint. It feels like Wonderlands if they got an expansion update. It doesn't feel like a different game. It's like... I guess a lot of the positivity is because this feels, in some ways, like it could be an official release in terms of the kinds of things you would want and expect. Despite being a fan project. So the notes and Clawbringer skill updates. Class my favorite is Claw change. So Clawbringer in vanilla is still an underrated class. I maintain that it is extremely underrated. Some of my favorite builds are Clawbringer setups, and it goes pretty hard. It's definitely way stronger in Redux. There's some new things that are very enjoyable to mess around with on Clawbringer. Anything you did with Clawbringer in vanilla is just going to be stronger in Redux. In some cases, massively stronger. And Claw fills out more of a generalist role than it did in vanilla. Like, the things Clawbringer is good at in the vanilla game, pretty narrow in terms of scopes. Like, mostly certain flavors of melee. Is where you got the most value. But now you can apply Clawbringer's skill tree to, like, a lot of different playstyles. You can do some cool gun stuff, some cool spell stuff. Even some cool dot stuff, perhaps. It covers a lot more bases. And amusingly, the way that was accomplished is by making Clawbringer more like Amara, which you love to see. It's not an overpowered class, it's not a mindless class by any means, it's just stronger, still very much feels like a Clawbringer. Rip Fire Friend. Yeah, fuck that thing. I was having fun throwing hammers. Toxic Strimmer. Okay, Celissa. So, she resists shock. You need to keep resistance futile up as much as possible. Air builds it harder at all. Lighting Hammer around fell ended up being proper and healing button endgame. In vanilla, you can use Storm Dragon's Judgment and Cleansing Flames both to one-shot bosses at Chaos 100 with the correct build. That's something you could already do in vanilla, and those builds are both stronger in Redux. I should use Cleansing Flames here, for being honest. Melee spell, spell shot, Stabbo. Smithy's Ire? Smithy's Ire, with Stabomancer is just like, hey, alchemical agent, bye. So you could go Ambi-Hex with Alchemical Agent, you could go From the Shadows Alchemical Agent. I'd probably go Ambi-Hex and just take melee boosts. Just need to kill one of these. We go for that. I don't think it crit. It did, it's just I didn't have crossbolts in. Memory issue. Let's take a few cycles. Note that Celyssa's level 50 right now. I'm making sure to say this every time because it makes it look like this build's not doing damage. This build's doing extreme amounts of damage. So she's very tanky. Here's I add the dash response to Ice Water because it's cool. Double jump and dash is cool. Advanced movement options in games. Cool modernization. It's just cool. It plays well, it's fun. Why not add it? She's not only super high HP, she's also taking 35% damage. And I have Nullify. Yeah, yeah, Nullify. Can't forget that. She resists my primary element. I'm trying to kill an ad to get... Okay, there we go. That was a good hit. Good chunk cleansing flames. Gotta be honest, I first heard about dash, I was like, man, whatever, I guess it's fine, started using it, never going back. I've been talking about this for a long time. Advanced movement is how you sell games. It is a huge component to making your game feel good to play. There's always gonna be some people who do not like the idea because they don't like change or because they're looking for things to dislike about the new thing. But you should always ignore those people. It's like, if you don't want to air dash in this mod, you don't have to. It's just an option. It's a tool. It's one of many things in your toolkit. You could just run around regular jumping. The slide physics were improved in this mod as well, so you can slide around if that's your preference. If you just like to double jump and not air dash, you can absolutely do that. It is simply more options. Okay, Hammer and Anvil got a good hit in there. Don't get me wrong, dash looks amazing. Oh yeah, I'm not referring to you when I say that. Supernova's response to some kind of issue. No, I think it's just a cool thing. These extended runs are excuse for one more each time, so they can do another 7-hour plus stream. No, I have to cook dinner. I'm not doing another long stream. And this run is only going to be here until Thursday, so... It's not a permanent excuse. Okay, once we get onto the flesh bar, Cleansing Flames will be hitting harder. We'll be able to kill faster. Hey TSG, how you doing? Can't wait to get on the flesh bar. Anyone else want to help me open a bar called the Flesh Bar? It's just a regular bar, but it has a problematic name. A mini bar inside the flesh bar? We'll come in and find out. Bone bar. Oh yeah, I shouldn't be using soap there. What am I doing? That's not intelligent. Oh, Felicia's here. We gotta with that. We gotta end. As fast as possible. Speed run time. How you doing, Felicia? That's a good hit. Redux has events too. Redux just has the events that are available in vanilla game. Just because it's still the same game. So So, like, whatever featured run is in vanilla, and whatever mini event is going on will be in both. Why is Alyssa level 50? Because difficulty. It's quite nice. Makes her very tanky. Oh, that was the biggest one yet. Look at that chunk. Cleansing Flames. So that dot we just put with that Cleansing Flames, that's enough to kill, like, any boss in the vanilla game, like, multiple times over. That's how much raw damage we have right now. Crazy to finally pull the trigger on a gaming PC for Redux. You wouldn't be the first. There's actually been a fair amount of people in the community, at least here on Twitch, that have said they've been doing that. Like, I don't think that's unreasonable, because it's not like you wouldn't also use it for other things. I will say that, right now, if you're building yourself, the, some of the parts are rather prohibitively expensive. I'll keep that in mind. But if you can scope out a good deal on a pre-built, then, yeah, might be a decent time. I love the sideways Cleansing Flames, Finish story and claw, nice. Ouch. Am I gonna die? Nope, we're good. Leave me alone. How's rocket launchers in this game? Good. Hard to use. That's a fusion with 2 awe, area damage, gun crit chance, and healing. Oh. Oh. That's really good. That's really, really good. Like, I could just use that now. That's really good. What is this? That's right, it's Pog. Pre-builds aren't any better value-wise, unfortunately. You're just hiding the issue. Yeah, fair enough. You're not wrong. So what do we got? How'd this run go? 43 minutes, 14k, a lot fewer crystals because I had like no containers. You see the huge impact of crystals. My most efficient run was the 35-minute one where I hit most of the crystals, but even the 53-minute one where I hit all of them was still more efficient than this, where I went at this pace and got none of them. Some of the augments seem interesting, but the others don't. Yeah, welcome to augments. They've always been like that. Some of them are worth grabbing, some of them are situational, some of them are not very good. Like, I think the Dire Sacrifice augment is just kind of a miss every time right now. Storm Dragon's Judgment augment is good, but you have to choose between that and Alchemical Agent, so you usually just go Alchemical Agent. Ghostblade augment is unholy. Crazy good. Huge value. Dreadwind augment's in the same boat as Storm Dragon's Judgment, where you give up Alchemical Agent. I don't think Barrage augment is currently worth either. Blizzard augment is questionable because it forces you to cap Spore. Totem, Bog Totem augment seems pretty powerful. extra one just seems mid. No, no. That one is... What about that sounds mid? I'm curious. Which... No. No, that's one of the crazy ones. So you've seen Redux mob density, right? 5 kills for a spell charge. To any and all equipped spells you have that have more than 1 total charge. Your RA cap spell charges shouldn't be an issue unless I'm missing something. What if you're using a spell that isn't that spammable? And remember, you don't need to take Sever the Thread. You can just not take that because that augment is better than Sever the Thread. It's 5 kills in Redux mob density. That's free. That's fucking free. Laser hand? The laser hand has a 6-second cooldown. You don't need that. Laser hand is half cooled down by the time you've used it. I'm not doing another run. But we're going on the spell character real quick. Not doing another run. Very tired. See that now? Yeah, it's like if you were using, say, Calamity spells, or I don't know, a Buffmeister, cringe. Then that's where this augment goes. But most notably, unlike everything else, this is just a buff to your character. Like, they can't make you use Ambihex with this. Because when you're using Ambihex, you don't have an action skill. This isn't like the other augments. It's not like the other augments. You can just have it. Like, how are they going to make you apply this to Ambihex? Now, you're most likely going to use Ambihex with it anyway, because it gives it the most value. Because it'll give you a charge back for both hands. Yeah, just trying to spell shot Chaos 10 Laser Hand build with all cooldown buffs after charging and casting the spell cooldown is only 2 seconds. Right, exactly what Joe Styles said. You don't need any more cooldown support than what you get from, like, Essence Drain and Font of Mana, really. And maybe whatever you have from hero points. But for spells such as... See, I gotta have something with long cooldown in here somewhere. This is more towards that cooldown profile. So, triple ice spikes, 15-second base cooldown. That's much longer. So, if you burn all of those charges, then you get more mileage out of getting free charges. But then, of course, you have super long cooldown stuff like Calamities, like Buffmeister. And those really like the extra charges. Sunders. A Quaking Sunder will definitely secure you 5 kills. So it'll just refund itself instantly. What's inactive mean? Just the chaos tiers aren't a thing in Redux. So like you see these items say Ascended because I got them in the vanilla game, but the stats are not indicative of them being Ascended because those tiers don't work. They just disabled that feature. So it doesn't force me to get new gear. These are just the same as if they were non-chaos tiered items. From the Shadows one seems interesting, but again, I think you're trying to like not see value in things to some degree because the From the Shadows one is amazing. From the Shadows unaugmented. Here, we'll hop over real quick. From the Shadows unaugmented gives you a 25% penalty to all damage you do. That's what it does. From the Shadows never translates to more damage. It's just consistency to your damage. Let's get on Ghostblade real quick. It's just consistency for your damage. Now, if you take From the Shadows Augment instead of regular From the Shadows, you are still getting an overall increase to your crit chance. A massive increase to your crit chance. Puts your base crit chance plus 25. It's either 225 or plus 25. But that is way more than your normal base of 5. And that is higher than you will get the crit chance of anything else, like, ever. Like, you're never getting dots or abilities that have that kind of crit chance without extreme investment from enchants and awe and all that. But you can just have that. And this augment also makes From the Shadows damage penalty instead into a damage bonus. So you have a huge net swing of from penalty to increase, and you still get more crit chance than not using From the Shadows at all. Like, this augment is insanity. Does the spell melee weapon affect Exibladed procs? Spellblade? No, Spellblade, its effect is for your actual swings only. Smart Armor still poop. Smart Armor, you can go a long way and you can kind of nullify its penalty, but you're still in a situation where Smart Armor's bonus is not any more desirable than what you get from other armors. So, like, in Redux, you have a lot of ways of turning off the downside of Smart Armor, but there's still no real upside of Smart Armor compared to what else you can get in your armor slot. So it's still a bad armor. Smart Armor for Laser Hand is GOAT. It's not detrimental, Joe style, but it's not GOAT, because the bonus damage from Smart Armor, even for Laser Hand, is less than what you'd get from an Amalgam, a well-rolled Amalgam that is, a Selective Amnesia, a spell damage Tyrant's Truth, a Warped Paradigm converting spell to ability, most likely a Calamity Armor when fully stacked, which is very easy to do in Redux, a Brutal Stampede. There's a lot of armors that end up giving you more than Smart Armor. So, like, Laser Hand's a good example of what you can do to turn off the downside, but you're still not getting more of an upside than what other stuff gives. And that's largely due to armor slot being such a competitive slot. It's why we end up getting very little value out of Deathless in this game compared to BL3, because 1, there's no URAD in this game, but 2, it's a much more competitive place. If Deathless was, say, an amulet in this game, I feel like you'd see it used a lot more, but you're giving up your armor slot for it, so it's just not a net gain in the transaction. Trying to figure out how to best use Gunslinger armor. Riveter Pistol. I demonstrate, but I did some of that earlier, and I really do have to go now. What way does ability damage affect spells? It doesn't. Ability damage will affect Blast Gasp, triggered off of your spells, but that's it. Maybe hotfixes and updates for this? Yeah, they plan on supporting the mod long term. There have already been several hotfixes. Yeah, Redux will continue to be updated. But thank you guys for hanging out. I'm sorry to cut things short. I do have to go. I've got some obligations. But a lot of fun today. I'll be streaming more of this tomorrow. I still want to take care of some other games that are on my plate. And we've got Star Wars Jedi Survivor coming out this week that I really want to play as well. Probably stream that. But Redux just has me by the throat with build ideas right now. Yeah, I'll say hi to the grass for you. Let's see who's live. See where we could bring a raid. We got D2H over on Dead Island 2. That's another game that I might give a shot. Pilot's doing a Mass Effect full trilogy playthrough, which I did a while ago. Huge vouch if you've never played the Mass Effect games. So good. Cat is doing some Redux with a Blizzard build. Six Crow is playing Nier Automata. Scarlet's on Dead Island 2. Let's give a raid to Pilot. Let's give a raid to Pilot. If you don't know Pilot, just great dude. Very talented artist, variety content creator. Does a bit of Borderlands, does a bit of WWE. He's doing a Mass Effect playthrough. He's still in Mass Effect 1 on day 4 of the playthrough. Seriously, Mass Effect franchise, one of my favorite just ever. Goated. So you'll enjoy your time over there. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will be live tomorrow. I will try to remember to put pics of the food I make in Discord. Try to remember. Probably forget. I'll be busy eating it. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
This is so good. Yo, what's up, Tom? How's it going, man? How you doing, buddy? Hope you are well. Yo, what's up?